Like, shit, I ain't seen nobody online all day. I'm like, hell, let me poke around. Let me see some people on today.
I'm on. I'm just not sure what I want to play yet.
That's kind of
Helldivers.
Kind of why I'm paying. I'm like,
do you have Remnant, like I asked?
No. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure if I still got access to Game Pass. I haven't paid that bill, and I do not have the money for it. So I'm probably going to be reduced to Warframe at best.
I do not have that updated or transferred to my main hard drive at all, so it would take forever.
So for now, it looks like I'm going to be doing a lot of painting for content. Words are hard. Let's actually get some red. It's like, all right, I'm gonna paint some Warhammer shit today. Join the ranks of the elite painters. You know, nowhere near that.
Do you have Arc Raiders?
I have it on PC. Put it on Steam.
It's crossplay.
Yeah, I haven't fired it up yet.
I've only played a few matches. I haven't played a bunch of them.
I haven't played it at all. I ain't had time. Hell, this is my first Saturday off in like a month.
Yeah, it's been a minute. You should play Helldivers.
I might, but I gotta finish this figurine. I'm gonna be painting this for a while. And it's taking me a good 2.5, 3 hours just to get the base coat of red down. I still got gold, flesh, tint, metallic.
What are you painting?
A Warhammer figure.
What?
Blood Sister Warhammer Angel figure? Or something. It's like a Blood Sister Angel or something.
Blood Angel Sister, or I don't know. Yeah, sounds
something like that.
So some kind of
except that she doesn't have wings. She just has a giant sword that's actually a chainsaw.
Oh, so she's like a super space marine type.
Basically.
So I'm guessing the Blood Angels or the Blood Sisters is a sect of the
I guess
Space Marines.
You know, I'm a fucking noob when it comes to goddamn Warhammer.
I'm slowly, and I stress the first word, slowly, immensely, getting into Warhammer.
I've been trying to get into Warhammer for years. It's just so fucking complicated.
Have you watched the Space King stuff by Flash Kids?
No.
Oh, there's like 4 or 5 episodes you should watch it. They're fucking hilarious. That'd be great content after this, honestly. Because you know who.
I started to pop on a video and get it to find someone who explains like the lore of Warhammer in painstaking artistic detail.
Yeah, the problem is if they act too excited or like they leave it, I don't know.
I need someone to comb through everything.
You're also echoing, by the way.
I fucking figured that because I got everyone on speaker since I'm painting and I can't hear a goddamn thing.
That's why you need some AirPods, bruh. Get you some of them.
Sure, I got some.
Pros. They're good.
I got some, and
that's right. I have orange soda. And taquitos.
Oh yeah, you are prepared for the bout of munchies you're gonna face.
mean, I'm not trying to eat. I'm trying to cut back on excessively eating, like lowering my fucking calorie intake and lowering the amount of carbs and sugar I intake.
I
Like,
say that every
the
day
first
while I'm
thing
eating
I
a honey
started
bun.
with today was a glass of fucking vegetable juice, and I love that shit. So, sounds bad to everybody else, but it's super savory. It's all
I mean,
really good.
some V8 tastes alright.
No, this ain't even V8. This is like some Meyer, or not Meyer, but I know I have enough slack to get over there and see this shit. Oh no, I don't. I don't have my fucking extendo cord on there yet. Hang on a second. I need to fix that. Give me 1 second. I'm going dirt.
Alright, bro. Also, Chad, howdy ho. We are back. I am painting this canister red on our Sister Marine's shoulder.
There we go. Now I can get over to my fucking fridge. Boom.
Chad, if you're watching, I also have my Patreon set up. So you guys can go download and buy your own STA.
Coors? Ooh. Yeah.
You have who?
I have a Coors. I'm gonna drink that instead of fucking.
Oh man, you sound like me. I'm sitting here drinking a natural ice.
Yes, sir. Natural
and
ice.
My vibe.
Coors is where it's at, bro. Coors is so fucking smooth.
Beer's mostly beer to me. Ain't too picky. I'll take an IP and I'll try.
I do take note on which ones are smoother because I don't like the bitter shit.
Yeah, true.
Like, people say, well, that's part of beer. I go, yeah, well, then why do some of them not bite my ass like that? Coors is smooth, but it's got it's not super high in alcohol content, but like, it's easier to get fucked up on it.
Yeah, about to say I got fucked up on a beer in ages. The amount of effort it takes, I just can't get into it.
It's not even the amount of effort, it's the amount that it takes versus, say, getting fucked up on liquor, which is like why I prefer liquor. Because, you know, why drink 3 fucking beers when I can take 2 shots?
There.
And I'm there already. And also, it's a question of how much time does it take to get you there. Like, give me 2-3 shots and I'm fucking fantastic, man. Like, I'll be riding that for like an hour or so. Whereas, you gotta keep drinking beer the whole time.
Yeah, you gotta really
if I'm gonna taste something that tastes that fucking bad, I want it to be cost and pain effective. That's why I like my fucking but also I made a new I'm not sure if anybody else has made it, but I figured out a mixed drink I like to make. I get Malibu mango and some sweet and creamy creamer, and you do a double shot of put a double shot of the Malibu in the glass, then a double shot of the creamer, and then you fill the glass the rest of the way up with Pepsi.
What's up, Moral Smiles?
And it makes it into like a float. Like, it's so fucking good.
I would have made a beer float.
No,
Mary dropped his homie.
It was a Malibu.
We are doing,
and as much creamer as you have the rum, and then you fill the rest of the glass up with Pepsi. It's like fucking really good flavor.
Noted. We are doing fan art turned into 3D prints. That picture you see over there is actually from a fan, Warhammer, that I saw on Twitter. Asked if I can turn that picture into a 3D model because I thought it would be really fucking cool. You're building your boys? Hell yeah. I'm trying to get into Warhammer, but I still don't get it.
You need to watch the fucking Space King shit, dude. Let me fucking link you there real quick, because that shit.
All I know is heresy, man. And I'm a heretic, and they'll probably kill me. Is there any more red that I left out of here? At the back, I think I'm gonna do the bottom of the backpack portion. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm a few $100s in already. Listen, that sounds like me with this damn 3D printer and making these figurines. I'm like, you know what? Who's in this bitch? This is my new money sink. This is my new thing. Except now I got people wanting to buy figurines, and I'm like, all right, you know what? Let's do it.
Where the fuck are you? There you are. Okay, I sent it on Bookface.
Bookface?
Messy Ginger Bookface.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, that shit, like...
I'm too far in, I can't quit. Listen. That's a cope I use for every time I fire up a Black and Mild. I'm too deep now. Got 2 packs, I might as well smoke them. It's like cope and puff away in the parking lot. Yeah, I'm really trying to goddamn understand Warhammer though. It's one of those see everyone craze and go crazy about it. I'm surprised I hadn't tried to turn Warhammer into a live action.
They need the problem with turning things like Warhammer into live action is corporations don't realize the amount of information and exposition you actually need on such things, and they don't want to include that much accuracy in something because they'd rather do something cheap instead of paying for somebody that knows what the fuck they're doing instead of, you know.
Oh, they are making a live action?
Yes. Hopefully Henry Cavill.
You know?
He'll do
and
it.
I hope
right.
they hire a bunch of cosplayers to actually make Warhammer stuff to like make the set. Cause like I've seen some really impressive shit that makes me go like, God damn, they're trying to make something with Henry Cavill, who's a big Warhammer fan. Hell yeah.
That would be dope, yeah. I'm all for that.
Yeah, I like the games.
On my phone in a sec.
All right, bro. I'll be
right
in
back.
All right. Yeah, I like Dark Tide. Dark Tide is the most Warhammer really gotten into. I feel like I'm not gonna get that much more red out of this. This is almost red brown versus like that bright shade of red that we got here in the photo. But it's probably gonna take a while. Really get this shade up. Welcome back. It's gonna take a second to get that red to really pop. Oh, it's taking so long because they're trying to make changes that are not canon, and he's saying, "Fuck no, we're doing this right." Damn right. I mean, it's still a good hoodie though. Are you still doing that hoodie in like the navy blue or the Carolina blue? Uh-huh. Oh. I thought it was Tar Heels. I thought the first hoodie you did was Tar Heels. Oh, I'm sorry, Chad. I was talking to my girlfriend. She's making hoodies in the background. We truly are running like a South Korean factory in our apartment right now. He's making clothes, I'm making action figures and statues. I don't know if I should just go ahead and lay this metallic red down, or if I should try and go for this vermilion. This vermilion, it is a hint brighter. It's a hint brighter. I'm kind of curious up against that red. How does that look? Oh. Did he come back? Cause I heard him join the party, but I ain't hear him say nothing. He must be having an issue. There wouldn't be an Xbox party chat without it. Is he gonna let me join his party? Nope. Okay, yeah, Xbox is being stupid. Okay. Oh wait, I realize you don't get my reference with Waga. It's an orc player, and Waga is their war cry. Ah, makes sense. Yeah, I'm tempted to find a video. Oh, hold on, I might actually find a video. Bones, can you hear me? God damn it. Stupid party chat. It makes sense to find a whole bunch of Warhammer stuff while I'm doing Warhammer. It only makes sense. Ask. Okay. Yeah, no, my buddy was in party chat and I don't know what the hell happened to him. All of a sudden this shit started going bonkers. I'm gonna start a new party. Let's see if we can't find a video, the history of Warhammer. I need a really long video. In order? How long are these videos? If they're not like 40 minutes a pop, I don't even want to watch it. Okay. Okay. Or what the fuck is Warhammer 40K explained? Full beginner's guide. Every major factor, lore, and history. Fuck yeah. Even the nerd shit. Yeah, no, Warhammer definitely is good for people like me with autism. Listen. It might be right up my alley. Yeah, my sort of attention span. Is that a little bit brighter?
Welcome
yeah,
to
that actually
my series of primers focused on the universe of Warhammer 40,000. If you're watching this, you may well be brand new to the all-encompassing hobby we call 40k. But what is it?
And y'all hear it as well.
Consider looking into it any further.
And me, hopefully it's not too loud, not too low.
Appetites have been reawakened to highly immersive TV series like Game of Thrones or movie franchises with a decent backstory. 40k goes considerably far beyond these examples. It is one of the biggest miniature wargames in the world and features an ever-evolving story that expands in written text, video games, and of course its original, arguably
Welcome back, bro.
The miniatures and its tabletop game. It is created and owned by Games Workshop, a UK-based company producing tabletop games and associated materials.
Or critical damage, or whatever the fuck you call it.
Now, I will cover elements of 40k as briefly as I can today.
I have found the video, Warhammer 40k explained.
It's as to the point as I can make.
Did you see it?
Where are you at? Outside? No, I don't.
Detail some of the core background areas of the game, which is continuing to expand. I'll also be continuing to
Putting
produce
on-
these
Sounds like you're in a
short
wind
videos
tunnel.
for the world of 40k.
Oh,
I'll also
no,
be
I'm
continuing to
trying
make the
tell you
longer
originally,
form
now
content
you
which
get
is
to hear
featured
the
regularly here on the
glorious
channel.
ambience of Rock Tumbler
Often referred to by
in there.
those already consumed by
The
Warhammer
ambience of
40,000 as the hobby,
It's a rock.
40k is not one thing to one person.
I got the video playing in the background. And all I hear is a fan. You
No, it's
muffled a
actually
little
rock
bit.
tumbler. Hang on a second. The fan is in, and so is the heater. That is all rock tumbler, dude.
It was all rock tumble.
See that sound better?
Not really.
I just put my hand there.
Okay. I'm trying to really get this red to show up. This red is disagreeing on everything. Like, this just looks.
Somehow I got splinters in my foot.
It is a highly detailed narrative spanning
It's
multiple
brown no matter
empires,
what.
world-ending galactic
Also, funny thing is we're both painting at the same time because I need to hear something to lock in. Hell yeah.
Middle-of-the-road video games.
Listen, you paint figurines too. If you do, I gotta drop you a follow.
Miniature painting and crafting, and it is a tabletop war game now established for over 30 years.
If that's the
This
case, I'm gonna have to drop
variety
you a
of smaller
follow.
Games designed to be played without acquiring a huge army. Games like Space Hulk, Necromunda, and Kill Team. And these often require only say
Yeah, that
6 to
red
10
ain't
pieces
redding.
per side and are very accessible for new players. Whereas standard Warhammer 40,000
You want this
tabletop may
Vermilion.
require larger armies with many pieces. Now, before we come to the lore, it is worth looking at the original.
Not on stream,
tabletop
hell
games. This
yeah.
will give you a better understanding.
You have a channel, you post videos, you post your own
If you've never
paint.
seen or encountered a tabletop game, this is not important. It's actually very simple. Usually, 2 players will engage in a battle laid out on a table at your home or a gaming venue. The area of play will be
I paint the minis, but I do stream. I've been able to because I can't afford PS Plus. Listen, I'm right there with you. That's exactly why I play Warframe. I try to play like free-to-play games. Warframe's my shit. Game Pass, they bugging. They want too much for that. And Game Pass is a luxury item.
For use on the battlefield,
So
and these can be in a
get
variety of
like
factional
that.
designs and colours. Some people prefer their involvement
There's
in 40k
plenty
to be
of
focused
play on that.
entirely on this hobby of painting, designing,
essential.
and
Game Pass is
modifying these
essential.
miniature units. And this part
Hang
of
on.
40k can be just as all-consuming as the lore or the tabletop. Some
Haven't
may choose
posted in
to
a
split
large
their time
while.
into
I
each
feel
part,
you.
or
I try to
develop
post like
all their
once a
time
week.
into one piece.
It literally sounds like, Bonesy, it sounds like you're in like a drive-through and you're getting ready to order.
Yeah, I'm looking for the damn. Oh no, I'm trying to get a fucking splinter out of my foot because I just got a big ass splinter in my foot. I'm looking for the damn tweezers.
So like you said you got a splinter in your throat?
In my foot.
Oh. I said, what the fuck are you doing, my guy?
I don't know.
Like I got questions, like
And apparently I did not have answers because I don't.
so how long you been paying
Of the whole
Miles?
40k hobby, be that the lore, tabletop, or the painting design.
Your last post was 11 months ago. Damn.
Now comes the challenge for me, summarizing.
I literally just started
40K.
painting maybe
So
3
Warhammer
weeks ago,
40,000
man.
is set in the distant
Once I
future.
found dry brushing, I was like, oh bitch, we in this
War from a
motherfucker now.
skirmishing city turf
I actually got a paint style I can fuck with.
Conquest and system-wide campaigns fought for
Year
the
2,
space
hell
of
yeah.
planets. It is far more
I saw like a handful of YouTube videos of dry brushing and I'm like, I could do that.
What you would describe as
I'm like, I could do that.
Yeah, sorry.
Period. Don't even at me. Say what?
I'm back in the wind tunnel. So.
Yeah, I noticed. I can't even hear my YouTube video. Like my man is in a wind tunnel, like an actual wind tunnel. Passing out like the dynamics of like a Honda Civic.
I am trying to find.
Yeah, I've been painting for like 3 weeks and people keep people either think I airbrush or people think I've been painting for years. Granted, I do have an artistic background because I did grow up drawing first gen otaku, not to pat my own chest.
Artistic or
Back when-
autistic, because are kind of the same thing.
Huh?
Artistic or autistic? Because they're kind of the same thing.
Yes. Like, yes. But nah, I grew up drawing Dragon Ball. I was a kid in the back of the classroom with the giant binder full of...
He grew up drawing Dragon Balls.
Exactly. But I do have some art background in me. Plus, my mom was an artist. I literally get it from my mom. Like, literally. That's 100%. This is 18 plus stream. Listen, this is just a stream. 18 don't matter. We have fun here. It's all about the vibe, chilling, and
people do join that start throwing in adult themes, so it really depends on who's in.
We're safe as long as Messiah isn't in here.
That's true.
Messiah is gonna join in on some quick shit or something. Yeah, no, my stream is pretty generally open to everybody. I don't really give a shit. There's only one rule in chat: don't be a dick, be a dude. Hey, that's pretty much it. Are you outside?
No, I left the room. I'm looking for freaking tweezers still.
It literally sounded like you opened up a car door and was like, yup.
Nope, that's just my door to my room.
Shit like you opened up a Honda door or something, bro. I mean, I've heard some people heard some fucked up shit. Some people sometimes are surprised by my age because I act like an adult. I mean, okay, gotta ask you the question, how old are you? I think most of my audience is like between 17 and 24. I swear to God, like 2/3 of my audience. Even though my all of my numbers say otherwise, I'm like, most of my active viewers are literally between 17 and 24. It's like, I'm not so bad of an unk yet. I'm able to drive, that's all I'm saying. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Wait, you're old enough to drive? Is that in the U.S. or everyone's driving laws? Those driving laws are a little bit different.
Because I cannot find any fucking nowhere. So
that just kind of makes me chuckle because it's like deep down inside, I'm like, man, I don't think I resonate with the young generation, the kids behind me. Meanwhile, like 2/3 of my audience is like literally 2 generations behind me. It was like, oh, okay, I guess the young folks do. Good old US of A. Hell yeah. Oh, this red is starting to red just a little bit. Starting to...
ignoring me on purpose.
No, I can't hear you. You literally sound like you're rustling around in a car or something. And it's like, what the fuck is going on?
This one in.
Huh?
Is that one better?
Is what better?
Does the sound better?
No, it sounds like you're in a wind tunnel. In the car with the window down.
For some reason, usually putting the left ear off makes it better, but it did not, so...
Oh, it's red. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it like that. I'm gonna do one shade at a time. You gotta see it now. Like, that garment down here is so much brighter compared to the tank, the gauntlets, even the boots. Even the boots still look brown. That red. I didn't sand this. I literally just said, fuck it. What'd you say?
I said that's a game series I wish they would bring back. Gauntlet.
Yeah, they need to bring back Bloody Roar, Primal Rage, everything, man. Plenty of shit I wish.
Dino Crisis.
Yep.
Shit like that would be great, yeah.
But no, corporate CEOs are going to tell us what we want and how much overpriced we're going to pay for it. How we better shut up and like it.
They don't understand that the people that are terminaling on the voting sites for the things they're going to release are not the ones that are terminally playing their game.
Yes, it's red starting to red now. Yeah. And as soon as I add that metallic, it's going to be a wrap. That metallic red is going to make this thing explode. Bro, I'm going to need you to get it together in the background. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls.
I'm not trying to. I'm just looking for something to...
It literally sounds like you're moving furniture now.
Well, I went through the process. That might be it. I'm telling you,
Space
these
horror.
freaking headphones are really cool.
Now 40k is primarily focused
I'm gonna
on humanity
buy you some
has through
earbuds.
Many thousands of years achieved an unimaginable level of technology and then lost the majority.
The headset is way too simple.
I'm gonna buy you a set of earbuds that actually work.
No, these do work. The problem is they work too well. Like,
You truly do have some unique issues.
I know. That's why it's because I'm always subject to Murphy's Law.
Well, you need to call Murphy and tell him to get his shit together.
I could, but I don't know if he's busy right now. I actually do know one of my friends, he's a streamer as well. His channel is Mr. Joey Murphy or something like that. He's pretty funny too.
You all right, babe?
Escape all the time.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
I hear the shit I gotta put up with, chat. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. I'm glad you like it. The thing that really gets me going with the paint, and man, it sounds silly, but man, I was terrified of painting. Like, I just didn't want to do it. I've never painted, never liked it until now. But now I literally can't stop painting. I've been painting.
So what the fuck is dry brushing?
I mean, bro, I'll be here. Dry brushing is you're essentially just trying to paint with as little paint as possible. You're trying to actually use the pigment from the paint versus the actual paint itself.
Oh.
So instead of dipping the paint directly onto the figurine after dipping the brush, it's like, okay, I'm gonna dip the paint and then I'm gonna dry it out. And just get all the paint I can off of the brush, or whatever paint's left over on the brush, that little bit. I'm pretty much dusting the figurine.
Oh, so like a powdered dust coat almost.
Yeah, it almost, I mean, it looks airbrushed. Have you seen some of the stuff I made recently?
I think I've seen one of the streams halfway through, yeah.
I'm gonna start posting my shit all over the place more. Yeah, this vermilion red is where it's at. I probably could have led with the vermilion red. I easily could have led with this vermilion red, but and as you guys can see, look at the contrast. The red now versus the red on like the boots, arms. We got this in the midsection done. Now that tone is starting to pick itself up. Now it's starting to actually show some goddamn red. Hey, what's up, Brody? Finally getting some painting done, feeling like a professional for once. Like I know what I'm doing. Kinda, sorta, kinda.
So much shit in my way.
That's enough of that
This
red.
should be near the end of all the furniture moving sounds and wind tunnels.
I would hope so, because I want to get back into this video and learn about Warhammer shit. I
You need to
literally
watch
can't
the
hear a...
first episode of Space King first.
Say what?
You should watch the first episode of Space King first. Sent to you on Facebook.
I'm gonna watch it at some point. I'm gonna try my best. I can't make any promises. Did he peace out? Got random and quiet. Just...
Of this zenith through a
All
devastating...
right, back to the Warhammer lore.
Humanity,
Because what the
after
fuck
this
is
ancient
Warhammer?
war was left broken and fragmented across the galaxy. It would be later reunified by one godlike individual known as the Emperor of Man, and he would set in motion the new order for mankind known as the Imperium of Man. But a devastating civil war known as the Horus Heresy would befall mankind.
Yes, I can hear you and the video for once.
Humanity, and he would instead now become a living corpse enshrined on Earth or Terra. Humanity would become shattered.
I had to go to the bathroom. My cat was like, "What's up, Dad?" As I came in the bathroom. There's no such thing as peace with a cat.
Suffocating under its own bureaucracy, the Imperium has begun making the smallest steps toward advancement in the most recent days of its history, but it still stands as a strange juxtaposition of ancient tech that is beyond the comprehension of many of its citizens. It is a weak and precarious civilization, simultaneously able to wield immense military power.
Humanity
we just had a good thing years of conflict with
He likes to sleep in the shelf. Listen,
excessively hostile.
he'd be like me. I have pet rats that like to sleep everywhere.
Almost all other races
Coffee cans.
to be exterminated, and
They have in their cage behind me. Probably can't see them.
To be achieved. The galaxy-spanning empire
I think they're behind me napping.
A totalitarian state that worships the Emperor of Man. The Imperium of Man has large, if not complete, control over its citizens, including many aspects of their lives, economy, social life, education, private lives, science, and indoctrination into its ideology. Any who are not seen to be a follower of the Emperor may
now that you can hear me, I was
persecuted
saying you
as
should watch
heretics,
Space
and this is
King
often largely
because
open to interpretation.
I don't remember how
leads to
short the
large-scale
episodes are, but
abuses
they
of power
don't have
and
a whole lot of
executions.
them.
The Imperium uses this deeply
Yeah, I'll check it
worship
out.
and imperial ideology to control and mobilize mass populations of its citizenry for its armies like the Imperial Guard and Imperial Fleet. It also will utilize its citizens to fulfill whatever role.
Yes, all rats. They are absolutely adorable. 5 boys, 3 girls.
Is often severe and absolute.
They're all
also wields in its arsenal
adorable,
the Emperor's greatest gift, the military sledgehammer known as the Imperial Astartes. These are the iconic space marines, genetically enhanced superhuman warriors who represent the pinnacle of human modification and military power. Their forces have access to some of the most powerful weapons and force multipliers humanity wields. Much of this tech is ancient and requires careful care and repair by specialists dedicated to retaining this critical knowledge. But as powerful as humanity is, even with its small progression in its most recent times, it still stands on the edge of annihilation by various alien races or entities. Humanity somehow has survived to this point despite being on an almost permanent risk of complete destruction and forced extinction. Within the lore, this has nearly happened on multiple occasions, and what is left of humanity now in the Imperium of Man are the remnants of those survivors, a highly ignorant, fearful people in a fairly constant state of decay where critical technological information is often lost. The Imperium and humanity's primary goals are to locate the lost technology from the zenith period of mankind, known as the Dark Age of Technology, otherwise referred to as the Golden Age. It also focuses upon the continued defense and expansion of its territories, and of course the extermination of all alien races, known collectively as the Xenos. Because humanity has become so violently and ignorantly xenophobic in the far future, it also has no qualms about committing planetary levels of genocide. If you're not human and don't worship the Emperor, then you are the enemy, a heretic, and must be
Let me see. I
exterminated.
missed that. So 3 females, being a cat, and guinea pigs, and 3
The usual recourse is to just shoot
cat
at sight.
and guinea
In fairness,
pigs,
though,
and
there was a
3
time where
dogs are
humanity
boys.
had
Damn.
attempted a more diplomatic approach, but this over time has just
Yeah, damn near as
disintegrated.
many as I
Most
do.
of its contact with aliens
Also got 2
resulted in
turtles.
some kind of conflict. It now simply
Oh,
believes
by
all
the
other
way,
life
dude,
must
you
be
missed out on the
extinguished,
real,
or at the very
some
least
real fun
dominated
shit
and
in
enslaved for
Helldivers.
work or
For
experimentation.
I'm pretty
Christmas,
sure
they
I
had a
did.
bunch of,
Quite rare. There
for
are
like
6
near
other
Christmas,
races
they
that are
had
seen
a.
as the enemies
It
of
was an
humanity.
orbital
Any of these
Gatling
factions can be
napalm
played by
barrage.
you within the tabletop game of
Huh.
40k or models for
That
collecting.
sounds
the
awesome.
orbital
Some
Gatling
players will
barrage
dedicate
was
themselves
a
entirely to one
napalm
faction,
barrage as
building it
well.
up, fleshing it out to the limit of their
Damn.
model making ability, and others may have multiple
Yep,
armies
it was
of
pretty
different
fun.
factions. The Necrons are
They
a very
also had
ancient
the
race,
120
strange
barrage
creatures that appear like metallic
turned it
skeletons.
into like
They're actually
a
formed
high
of living
explosive
metal. They
EMS
span the
strike,
galaxy
so
and are in a
electromagnetic
continuing
strike
state
shit.
of awakening from their
Hell
tombs
yeah.
after many thousands of years of sleep.
And they turned
seek to rebuild
the
their empire and
walking
dominate the
barrage into
galaxy.
an
One of their
orbital
key
walking
abilities
smoke
is that of
barrage.
reanimation. They can reassemble
Oh.
themselves after death and fight.
Yeah, I
back.
missed a
Yeah,
whole
I
lot of
understand.
shit.
Mindless automatons. How
Yeah,
this
it's
came to
because
be is another story.
y'all fell off.
Now, Games Workshop has seen
I had
fit
shit to do for
recently
Christmas.
rename some of its units, largely it seems
Yeah,
for
you had
legal
heresy.
reasons. But since forever, this faction has been known as the Eldar.
I'm gonna go spend time with the
Also,
family.
Christmas was
Basically,
kind of
it's the
shitness,
Eldar.
so.
These are derived from the
Yeah.
elves of many more fantasy games and are basically space.
Mine was
elves.
pretty rad. I
Despite
like
this quite
mine. My
simplistic
Christmas.
analogy, the Eldar have a rich
Can't
and
complain.
tragic lore. Because of past disasters that have left the
cheers.
Eldar with no homeworlds to speak of, they now travel the galaxy in vast ships known as craft worlds. The Eldar wield powerful weapons, but are generally physically weak, and they also have immense arrogance towards other races. Their defining feature, and to some degree their biggest flaw, is that the Eldar are very powerful when it comes to psychers and psychic abilities drawn from
Need you to not downstream,
the
buddy.
Dark Eldar are essentially space pirates who live lives of excess and sadistic
Do what?
torture porn.
Need you to
who
not
is about
downstream, my
being
boy.
captured by the Dark Eldar is rarely something that you
Oh, it'll
want to
buff out.
contemplate, and suicide would generally be significant.
It's alright. I was born dead. I know how to find my way
of
back.
many faces and contradicting goals. Chaos is as its name describes, and it originates from the parallel dimension known as the Warp. And this dimension is a reactive plane of existence that
I'm
absorbs the
really
most
trying to keep with
powerful
this
emotions
Warhammer
and
lore.
desires of mortal creatures. The reactive immaterium would lead to the birth of entities of godlike power, the Chaos Gods. They each focus on specific mortal desires. Khorne is the god of blood, representing war, rage, and hatred. Tzeentch is the changer representing ambition, scheming, conspiracy, and sorcery. Nurgle is the plague god representing mortality, morbidity.
Okay,
and
Nurgle.
despair.
I've heard of
Slaanesh is the god
Nurgle.
of lust, greed, excess, pleasure, pain, and perfection. The continuing desires and emotions of the galaxy's inhabitants sustain these entities. However, they also reach out into the mortal realm through their manifested entities made from the warp known as demons. And these hellish creatures are enough to send ordinary citizens insane on sight. They're backed by traitors to the Imperium, the corrupted Chaos Space Marines. The gods of chaos and their agents can also infect the minds of mortals, and often cults and worshippers may spring up on planets across the Imperium. This is again one reason why the Imperium of Man is so ruthless about purging heretics. While chaos itself in the material world appears as one enemy that simply wages war, it is in fact in an eternal conflict within itself. Each of the Chaos Gods fights for domination over the others, and this occupies the majority of their focus and energy. Each god's ultimate goal is complete domination of the Immaterium, a goal which seems unattainable and dangerous to their own existence were it to come to pass. Chaos is one of the most varied and pervasive forces in 40k and has many forces operating under its banner, some dedicated to a specific god, others that simply worship chaos undivided. Now everybody knows the orcs, right? Middle-earth and all that crap. Not these orcs. These are more Mad Max Fury Road crossed with British football hooligans, and then you're in the right ballpark.
Damn. Oh yeah, those
Also
orcs look
in
like.
space. Space orcs are likely a genetically designed species focused
Space orcs
on
look crazy.
violence, and to be almost impossible to permanently exterminate. They are as hilarious as they are dangerous, and their entire society focuses around casual violence. The orcs, though, are also probably the most sunny and optimistic of all races, strangely. Their genetic disposition sets them to see things as generally good and enjoyable, especially when it comes to fighting, and they never really see failure as a negative because it means you just get to have another go later. They also operate more on instinct by design than learned knowledge, and their willpower becomes more powerful the more orcs are present, meaning when they are collected en masse, they can literally will things to be true by collective belief. They also have a strange ability to just cobble together vehicles and weapons from scrap. They also have no real governing structure. Leaders are chosen by progressively being better at smashing their rivals' heads in until an orc eventually reaches the position of being a war boss. When orcs collect in huge numbers, they may launch a massive campaign of raiding and attacking anything that's not orc by launching a warg, essentially a huge, no-holds-barred slaughter fest. Anything in the way, best dig in or get the hell out.
Damn.
The Tau are one of
These
the
orcs
newer
are
races and
ruthless.
are fast learning that the galaxy is not a friendly place. The Tau operate similarly to the orcs on a more optimistic level, but that's about as far as their common ground with the orcs goes, because the Tau exist on the fringe of the Imperium and are unusual as they actively encourage other races to
Red's
join
starting
their
to show
cause.
up.
They collectively follow an ideology known as the greater good. This is their guiding principle that working together is better than working against one another, as this leads to a stronger, more peaceful society.
That Red's starting
However,
to show up.
anybody who disagrees with this best prepare for war. To be fair though, the Tau do usually attempt significant levels of diplomacy before declaring their target a lost cause. Their military is largely focused around technology and ranged combat, something often mocked and derided by their enemies. The Tau themselves are comparatively weak and use other races absorbed into their faction to fight in close quarters. Tyranids are an unusual exception to all previous Xenos. They do not
I've heard
operate
of
on an
Tyranids
ideology,
before
political
too.
structure, or debatably a single leader. They are the most Xenos of Xenos and have begun a steady invasion of the galaxy. They are presumed to have arrived from beyond the borders of the known galaxy and are hostile in the extreme. They do not wield any technology as we would understand it, or their ships, forces and weapons are biological in origin. Tyranids are one of the most nightmarish factions within 40k. Their singular goal is biomass, that is to strip planets of all biological and mineral materials, leaving them barren, dead husks. They assault planets with extreme prejudice and will not cease their assault unless they are damaged to a point where their acquisition of biomass becomes negative to that being expended. They use all material to birth their forces on their vast bioships and recycle their own units by dissolving them back into the pool of biomass, which then they draw to create anything else they may need. They absorb the genetics of all that they encounter and use this to evolve and create more hostile and efficient creatures and biomachines to achieve their goal. They may also seed and infect planets ahead of time to often use the planet's own inhabitants against themselves when the Tyranids arrive to destroy the world. The Tyranids are controlled en masse by
Tyranids sound like they
this is essentially a
they're fine.
broadcasted collective consciousness that enables them the powerful skill of being able to operate as one, but made up of millions of individual entities across a planet. The Tyranids are horrific, seemingly unstoppable, and have already wrought terrible destruction upon many others across the galaxy. Many rumour that their already devastating campaigns are only the initial scouting parties to
I
the
want a
building of
pet
the
Tyranid.
galaxy, and if this is true,
I want an
the Tyranids
emotional
will be the
support
ones to
Tyranid.
end everything. While not wanting to touch on the subject of psychic power too strongly in this video, many factions in 40k feature what are known as psychers. These are essentially individuals who can wield what you might describe in other universes as magic powers. Some factions have strong psychers and others have none, and these powers are drawn from the parallel dimension known as the warp or the immaterium. Individuals who can use these powers do so at considerable risk, as the warp is an unstable and dangerous realm. The relationship between real space and warp space is a complicated one and can affect many aspects of life in the far future, but this is something best covered in another video. The takeaway for you today is that Warhammer 40,000 is a world of vast-scale warfare and complex interfactional and internal factional power struggles. 40k is by its very nature often absurd to the extreme. Sometimes this can be somewhat detrimental to its own narrative, because when everything is supersized and extreme in the extreme, suddenly everything looks kind of the same, and then it becomes arguably less impressive. However, 40k just owns its own absurdity, and it's something that you just have to roll with and suspend your disbelief. For many who are obsessed with 40k,
Sounds
the
about right.
hyper-violent, xenophobic, genocidal nature of its occupants is largely a source for much dark humour. Most people that are into Warhammer, they don't take it too seriously, but it is also fun to take things in 40k very seriously because it contains so much detail. But simultaneously, there are many memes and pure nonsensical comedy that comes from 40k because of just how extreme it is. The classic It Sounds Like Heresy being one such example, whereby anyone who dissents from the official line of thinking is declared a heretic and executed on the spot. It's one that I enjoy using all the time in the comments. And the key theme of 40k is purely about war. The lore is a vast, all-encompassing backdrop that stands on its own, but 40k for itself is all about the galactic wars that are unending. It's focused this way because it represents the background for a tabletop war game that is surprisingly about factional war. 40k itself operates on a fairly healthy dose of irony. Much of the events and organizations
All that red is starting to show up.
often are the result of half-truths or pure indoctrination, and some of those that are held up
Let me
as
see if I can
heroes
actually get this
are
on
not
camera.
what they appear to be. And as usual, the context of events are very important, but many things can end up being actually quite subjective. The fact that the Imperium itself has, through its devout worship of the Emperor, now has its state religion embedded in almost
that
everything
red
it
is starting to
does,
show
which
up.
is hilarious when you consider the Emperor of Man set out to eradicate religion from humanity entirely. Warhammer 40k draws from a lot of historical events and ideologies. It also borrows heavily from other settings like Dune, 2000 AD, Lovecraftian influence, obviously Tolkien, and even older texts like Milton's Paradise Lost and the Divine Comedy with Dante and the Inferno. 40k has continued to be fleshed out over time, and it shows no signs of abating. If anything, it's moving forward at a faster pace than ever. It is a universe that has consumed me for some 30 years, and I highly recommend that you allow the darkness of the far future to enter your life. You may live to regret it, but you will undoubtedly enjoy it. Thanks for watching, guys. As always, if you have a suggestion for what my next 40k primer should be, tell me in the comments. If you want to learn more about Warhammer 40,000, check out the video on the end screen to the left, or my collected playlist of content to the right. This is Luton. I'll see you in the next one.
What in the 2 steps from hell was that?
Oh, my microphone's muted. God
This
damn
is
it.
Luton. Welcome to my new series exploring the universe
I was about
of
to say,
Warhammer
your mouth's
40,000.
moving, but you're...
40k is a
I don't hear
vast
nothing.
and fascinating universe with lore so complicated.
No.
Literally
Listen to this
beneath the
40k
surface.
lore explain
So one of the
video.
most difficult choices for me
On a
was
pet
where to
tyranid.
begin with it. Now, the universe of
I
40k
know, I'm
is
watching,
such a mass
so I'm muted
of
you in the
cross-reference
Xbox party, but
nuances
I'm
of
on the
interlinked
stream
stories of
watching.
revenge,
So
justice,
Oh.
hatred, and brutality. It's like trying to explain the whole of human history to an alien race. So breaking
Now
the
I have
law
like a
of
4-second
40k down into YouTube videos is quite a
the
complicated
stream
matter.
delay echo,
Now, one last thing to
but
mention is
it's
that Games
nowhere
Workshop
near as bad as
themselves
when
have
it's echoing
stated
like half a
that in the
second, like
41st millennium, information
Oh
is
yeah, when the live
fragmented,
echoing it sucks.
deceptive,
normally.
distorted, suppressed, and often flat out just false. So with this in mind,
Oh,
a lot of
yeah.
40k
It-
lore,
it's literally a
beyond
speech
stuff that
jammer
you
at
would
that
consider
point.
out-and-out facts, can be regarded more as hearsay than something that's just set in stone. This is especially true of ancient lore and race histories. This is in part because it allows Games Workshop to make changes to the universe without upsetting devout players. But it also makes a lot of sense in reality, where war has been raging since almost the beginning of time. Also, if you look at humanity, it's often true that history is written by the victors. And so with that in mind, you might expect some facts within the universe of 40k to be anything from an eyewitness account to complete
looking good.
which then, you know, translates to becoming the
I might have
word
round this down a little too much. Overstand it.
So where do we start our journey into the grim darkness of the 41st millennium? At the beginning, of course. We leave the Imperium of Mankind behind and travel some 60 million years before
I see what you mean by dry brushing.
where one
You
peaceful,
use the cardboard to kind of
hyper-advanced
dry it
race
out,
were masters
and then
of
you
their
use
own
the cardboard as
destinies.
your palette.
These beings are simply referred to as the Old Ones, and they are, as far as recorded, the first sentient life in the universe.
Easy to do. I should do
Their lives
that.
focused on the acquisition
Dude, it soothes the it soothes the ADHD and the
She has
autism.
a 3D printer, so I can do that as well.
Including one unintelligent ape-like species on a small blue planet in the
There's
Milky
something
Way.
about it. It's just
Now, very
therapeutic.
little specific
Since I've
details
already got
exist
an artistic
around the
hand
Old
as
Ones
well, I
themselves,
could
but
probably
the
just do
story
it and
of their
sell the
place in the
pieces.
grand scheme of things
She wants
is
to.
where we will
She
begin.
wants to.
Now, the Old Ones had great psychic powers and built
use
many
the,
wonders of godlike beauty and size.
She wants to use
And it was this
3D printer
vast
to
understanding of the
monetize
universe
things a bit
that
more. I
allowed
bet I
them
could help
to
her by
manipulate alternate
getting in
dimensions
fucking
and
that
begin
dry
constructing their
brushing.
arguably
Yeah.
Probably
greatest
airbrushing.
achievement, known as the Webway. Now, as its name describes, this is a web of pathways that allowed the Old Ones to travel through a vast sea of dimensional energy known as the Warp. The Warp was a dangerous and disruptive expanse of powerful psychic energy parallel to real space, although in the early times it was a lot more passive than it is in the 41st millennium, where it's extremely full of dark, horrific, chaotic energy. So to travel through it though, at this time it still required protected psychic pathways, and that's what they constructed. The Webway enabled the Old Ones to travel across unimaginable distances at incredible speed, essentially crossing space that would take millennia comparatively instantaneously, enabling them to reach the far corners of the universe. They believed that all life was useful, and they are known to have brought about the rise of numerous important species and formed thousands of worlds, which they also made their own. As the Old Ones expanded, they encountered other advanced species, although none as far as themselves. Once again remembering, we are at this time millennia before the dawn of mankind. One such race the Old Ones happened across were known as the Necrontyr. The Necrontyr's planet of
I feel like that red ain't on there as much as I want it to
radiation
be.
blasted due to their violent nearby star, making
On the
their home
backside.
incredibly hostile to life. Their bodies were riddled with radiation sickness, and they lived extremely short lives, constantly preparing for their inevitable deaths. Their cities were built in anticipation of their demise, little more than vast tomb complexes with a few temporary homes for the living. Now, they vainly tried to improve their mortality through scientific means, but after centuries they were consigned to the fact that their bodies could not be changed to survive on their home planet. Somehow though, despite this, they altered their plans to instead reach to the stars in a bid to escape their cursed cyclical fate of painful,
Okay,
unending
let's
death.
add
And this is where they
more
were to
red
encounter
to
the
the
Old Ones. However, while the Old Ones were able to travel anywhere in space in mere steps and possessed near immortal length of life, the Necrontyr could not have been more opposite. They had to use slow-moving, non-warp-ready ships equipped with stasis crypts that enabled the short-lived crew to survive out amongst the stars. They clad their ships in living metal, which was a metal literally that grows and lives like that of an organic material. And this was to allow it to withstand the rigors of spaceflight. Despite this though, colonization for the Necrontyr was a slow and painful process, as was everything in their history. But upon meeting the Old Ones and seeing their secrets of near immortality sparked a hope was raised within the Necrontyr. They finally saw a chance to be saved from their pain, a chance to live. And they petitioned the Old Ones for the secret of eternal life, but were refused this knowledge. In many ways, this refusal of knowledge doomed the universe to its fate of unending war and the events that were to follow. The Necrontyr burned with the resentment and hatred of the Old Ones and their unwillingness to save them from their pain and suffering. In addition to this, the Necrontyr Empire were battling brutal civil wars known as the Wars of Secession, which the various dynasties of Necrontyr were battling one another. The encounter with the Old Ones led the Triarch, the ruling council over all the Necrontyr, believed that an external foe would unify their species, and their bitterness to the Old Ones led to war, and it worked. The prospects of vast spoils and the secret to immortality brought the Necrontyr dynasties together to launch their campaign against the Old Ones. Their hopes, however, were typically short-lived, as the Necrontyr were unable to match or outmaneuver the Old Ones, whose use of the webway enabled them to always reinforce, preempt and win battles against the Necrontyr. Eventually, conceding defeat, the Necrontyr were forced to retreat to their homeworlds, defeated and, importantly, more bitter and full of hatred for the Old Ones than ever before. At this time, the Old Ones forgot about the Necrontyr. They'd been vanquished. But the Necrontyr had no intention of dying out so silently. Instead, they redoubled their efforts to find new weapons to destroy the Old Ones and achieve what they sought so passionately, the secret to
I don't know if
immortality.
I got any of this with
During their
red.
research for new weapons, they became aware of creatures living from the destructive solar radiation from their sun. These life forms were named the Satan, star gods in the Necrontyr's language. And the Satan at this early time were not particularly aware of anything beyond their need to absorb raw energy and power. Their godlike energy seemed nearly invincible to the Necrontyr, the perfect weapon to unleash against the Old Ones, but if only they could harness that power. And they did through their living metal. They constructed bodies, empty husks, shells for the Satan to inhabit. And it's unknown how they contacted the Satan initially, but through some means they encouraged the Satan to take physical form using the living metal bodies that were constructed. Now, a Satan known as the Deceiver spoke with Zarek, the Silent King, Lord of the Necrontyr Triarch, and told him how long ago the Old Ones and Satan had also been at war, but the Satan were defeated and scattered. This common foe brought the Necrontyr and Satan to a close alliance, and the Necrontyr began to worship them as gods for their supreme power. But as the Satan, once without conception of the world around them, became more manifest and intelligent, it was clear they were not the salvation that had been hoped for. The Satan offered Zarek an offer for his race: immortality. But this was not to be the immortality.
And it's like Dragon Ball Z, where everyone's trying to get immortality
that they had created for the Satan. They proposed that a great period of biotransference would take place to give all Necrontyr that which they craved most: unending life. In his desperation for victory, glory and immortality, the Necrontyr Zarek agreed to transfer all other Necrontyrs into living metal bodies, that their flesh would be destroyed, but their minds and essence would live forever. This, however, was the biggest tragedy ever to befall the Necrontyr. Their minds were dulled to that of soulless drones, and only a few leaders maintained some semblance of their former selves, including Zarek. And it was at this time that Zarek realized he had made a terrible, terrible mistake, and doomed the entire race. The Satan turned the Necrontyr into slaves, ruling over them with extreme disregard and cruelty. The Necrontyr were extinguished from the universe forever, and the time of the Necrons had begun. But worse was still to come. We now return to the Old Ones, who during this time were largely unaware of the Necrontyr's demise, or the resurrection of their ancient enemy, the Satan. This ignorance would prove catastrophic, as the Old Ones were left with no time to prepare an adequate defense against one of the most destructive wars in the history of the entire universe, known in the ancient history of the 41st millennium as the War in Heaven. So named, it was a war literally between gods and on a scale of unimaginable proportions, making the wars between races in the current time of Warhammer 40,000 seem like mere skirmishes by comparison. This war against the Old Ones was very different to the first. The Necrons not only had more advanced weaponry, they now were protected in their immortal living metal form, and the Old Ones' mastery of the warp and webways was continually countered by the Satan with their immense power over the material universe. In this time, the Satan spread out like vicious predators, consuming entire worlds, feasting on the creations of the Old Ones, who now retreated to
red is starting to pop.
to plan a way out of complete annihilation, and all the while, entire
Right.
worlds were
I'm seeing the
razed,
vision. The
suns
vision's coming
exploded,
true.
entire star systems devoured by the uncontainable Satan. The Old Ones had now retreated to the webway, only venturing out when it was essential, but even these once impenetrable paths were not untainted by the fury of the Necron. Facing complete extinction, the Old Ones seeded new life they hoped would protect them. These new races would have powerful psychic abilities to defend against the Satan. The early creations were the Eldar, the Knib and the Rashan, and whilst the Eldar would live through to the current time, almost nothing is known of the fate of the Knib or the Rashan, and it's entirely possible they were destroyed completely by the Satan and Necrons, with only the Eldar surviving this early time. Among their other creations were also those which would become mankind, beasts that lived in their own ecosystem but had no specific role defined for them by the Old Ones and were left to their own natural evolution. During these ancient times, the Eldar learnt a great many secrets of the warp from the Old Ones, who regularly visited them, mentoring them on how to control their psychic powers and learn to use the warp. Eldar legends originating from this time state that they were raised by figures of shadow and light, referring to them as First Ones. It is said they were the first to have reached into the starry night and to be older than gods, yet mortal and subject to time. They are said to have left the Eldar and returned to the sky in order to allow their charges to develop over millennia. They would return later in strange, vast vessels, but that were worn and scarred. This was of course due to them being engaged in an unending war against the Satan, with the Old Ones returning to inspect the Eldar and judge if they were fit for the war ahead. The Old Ones are known to have aided their younger race in focusing their psychic abilities to create warp-derived entities and use them as weapons
That red,
against
is
the
that red
vampiric
showing
gods
up?
of Starlight, which of course is a reference to the Satan. Now the Eldar legends continue stating that in the time of the first ones,
I get that red to
winged
show
were
up.
numbered to the point that they lost influence among the Eldar. And without their creator's sensibility and guidance, the Eldar's psychic creations born from the warp itself changed from sentient weapons into living gods of the Immaterium, who were the very first of their kind, and this change instigated not only the final catastrophe for the First Ones, but in time would come back to haunt the Eldar themselves with apocalyptic consequences. The war in heaven continued, and by the time the Old Ones had prepared their forces, there were only 4 Satan in existence. But swathes of other life forms in the galaxy the Old Ones had seeded.
And this red, okay, this is the red approach to
The Old
roll
Ones
with.
finally unleashed the new races, sending the Necrons reeling as the power of the warp was an anathema to them, and they struggled to contain the advance of this new offensive. In response, the Satan unified for the first time in millions of years. However, now a new and devastating unforeseen side effect of the Old One's creations began to manifest in this period as the young race's psychic development disturbed the energies of the warp itself. And from this pure energy came mass and form, and older warp entities became predatory as the warp began to become a more hostile environment. Cracks in reality would appear, and the entities of the warp saw entry into the material universe, forcing the Old Ones again to bring about the emergence of new species to defend their final strongholds. They were now under assault from so many different directions, they barely had anywhere left to turn. Among their creations included the green-skinned, ultraviolet Croc, later known as Orcs,
And I get the
and
helmet
the
done.
technologically adept Jakiro. Now though, the Old Ones, even with their vast knowledge of creation and their near immortal lifespan, had run out of time. With their interstellar network being breached, their greatest work and places of power being overrun by the horrific beings of the warp, tragically it manifested by the very creations that they had formed to save them. Among the most insidious of these entities were the Enslavers, who penetrated and dominated the minds of the younger races in order to open portals
Context, that sounds out of
to the
pocket.
universe. The plague of Enslavers was the final blow for the Old Ones.
Penetrated their minds, it's crazy.
Power and knowledge destroyed. The combination of an unending onslaught from the Satan combined with the mistakenly unleashed warp horrors led to the Old Ones' complete destruction. The surviving Satan and Necrons had the final pleasure of seeing the demise of their most bitter enemy. Now, after the destruction of the Old Ones, Zarek, lord of the former Necron tier Triarch, as you all remember, was left biding his time, waiting until the time was right to strike and lead a Necron revolt against the Satan. The Necrons focus the unimaginable energies of the living universe into cataclysmic weapons created from all
These
their
lights
vast
get
knowledge
really dull
that were
really
too
quick.
devastating
I
for
can't see
even the
my
Satan,
details
godlike Satan,
clearly as I need to.
and these Satan, near gods, almost impossible to destroy entirely due to their very nature, were instead shattered across the universe into energy shards. Zarek now saw that having destroyed the Satan, the remaining new races created by the Old Ones, such as the Eldar, were becoming more powerful, knowledgeable and dominant. The Necrons, exhausted by eons of war, could not stand against them. So rather than risk certain annihilation, he ordered that the Necrons withdraw into their tomb worlds and slumber in the Great Sleep, to reawaken 60 million years in the future and assert their dominance over the galaxy once more. The Silent King, however,
I don't know how
did not
well
leave
that's
his people in
showing.
slumber. He destroyed a protocol that allowed him to control over the Necron race and journeyed out into the void of intergalactic space, where he may not find solace but instead penance for dooming the Necrontier race.
I don't know how to get that bright of a red though.
It was rumoured that the final Old One survived destruction from the Satan and Necrons. This survivor hid away where he continued his old ways of tweaking, dabbling and prodding around. Now we'll discuss about what he may have been doing in future content. When he was done with his work, he departed into the warp in order to hide and watch as the Old Ones knew the warp intimately. As the Necrons now retreated into stasis until this time of cataclysm had ended, the lesser creations of the Old Ones, such as mankind, continued their own paths of development, to eventually rise as powerful forces in their own right. The mantle of galactic dominion would now pass to the Eldar, but the Eldar would survive where the Old Ones did not, and would see the last Necrons depart into their great sleep after they had turned on the Satan. Now that concludes our history of the Old Ones in Warhammer 40,000. This really is the foundation for all events that would follow and sets a lot of facts and implications into future events. So join me next time as we discover what the Eldar do with 60 million years of time on their hands. Thanks for watching today, guys. As always, I need your support. Please get involved in the comments. Tell me what you thought about this video. Thanks for watching, guys.
This guy's got a really nice video series slowly coming together. I like this. It's making Warhammer a little bit more approachable. I'm kind of starting to get it now. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I gotta give me some more batteries for this light. I can't see.
Beings in the universe, but were destroyed in a fanatical genocide by the Necrons and Satan. The Eldar stood victorious, the unlikely benefactors in a war of unimaginable proportions, and now found their race in complete dominion of the known universe. Now just to mention again, as I did on the previous video, that the time we are dealing with here, as with much of the history in the 40k universe, is near speculation at best. After millions of years, facts and history are inclined to become cloudy. The Eldar history is one steeped in mythology and legend, so it's fair to say that you could lend some artistic license around the events of this period. As the lore of 40k is also very complicated, we'll learn today about the ancient
Let's try this again.
of the Eldar up
Also
to
with some better
the
lights.
first millennium. I'll then cover their race of the current period in a separate video. The war in heaven was over, and the Eldar stood unopposed in the universe. In this time, we're speaking of the
not looking
ancient
better.
Eldar. This is an important distinction to make between the
Okay,
modern
here
Eldar
we go.
of the
Yeah, I didn't be able to see this rays
ancient
getting
Eldar
on here.
held a different mindset and outlook on their lives, and with good reason. Reason that we'll look at in due course. The ancient Eldar had been crafted and refined by the old ones for one purpose alone, and that was to destroy their enemy with vast psychic ability. It is possible that the Eldar gods spoken of at this time were actually weapons created by the Old Ones for them to wield. This is the version that I subscribe to. As a result of their naturally powerful psychic ability from the Old Ones' intelligent design, the Eldar are gifted with also unnaturally long lives by humanoid standards and intellects which would enable them to create some of the most precious and complex technological advances in the universe. The next events are particularly confusing. In essence, the Eldar gods, which it appears were initially immense psychic weapons created by the ancient Eldar with guidance from the old ones. They became living gods, such was their immense psychic energy and connection to the Eldar. The Eldar of the current day seem to have lost through the mists of time and their mythology this fact that the gods they worship were potentially created by themselves, albeit in their earliest, most ancient form, either directly or indirectly. Each of the gods was known to gift the Eldar a trait and be part of their development. Eldar mythology states that Azuran gave the Eldar wisdom so that they may know themselves. Isha gave the Eldar love so they may know one another. Vol gave the Eldar the artifice as a means to make their dreams become realities. Lilith gave the Eldar joy so they'd be happy in their lives. Kurnus gave them the ability to desire so that they would prosper. Muraheg gave the Eldar foresight so that they would know their place in the world. And lastly, Cain gave the Eldar anger so that they may have a means to defend their gifts. It then becomes even more complicated though. The Eldar in their legends refer to a time of war between their own gods as the War in Heaven. Now this is particularly confusing as you remember that the war between the Old Ones, Necron and Satan is also referred to as the War in Heaven. Now it seems likely that these events occurred during a period of cataclysmic war across the universe and at the same time have caused this period to have a blurred point of reference.
Okay.
Consider this is all meant to have taken place.
We got some
60
red.
million
Now
years
red is
ago.
starting to pop.
It seems very feasible that this would occur. The
It's a
Eldar have focused more on
shade
their
of
own
red.
gods in this
Like
time
that.
than the events between the Old Ones
Look at
and
that.
Necron Satan.
Look at
lives.
that.
Given that the Eldar lost
Detailing
respect
on
and
this is
communication with the Old
beautiful.
Ones during the war, this would make sense, and that they potentially could lose some information about the period through the vast timescale and various events that have befallen them. Instead, they're focusing on the mythological aspect and their own gods, which are arguably of much more importance to the collective Eldar consciousness. The legend of the Eldar gods is very much one of mythology, so I'll cover that in a smaller subsidiary video. What I will say is that there was a period of strife amongst the Eldar gods pantheon. You'll hear that word a lot in reference to the Eldar gods. It simply refers to a council or circle. Think of the Greek gods of Olympus. Now this dark period of bloodshed and war was not just among the gods, but also against the Eldar themselves. This not only divided the Eldar from their gods, ceasing their ability
All
to
right,
guide.
Broham, we'll be here.
This
We'll be
period
here.
was a disaster in many ways, but the whole series of events was caused by a misreading of
I was talking to
foresight
chat.
born by one of the gods.
Which
Now this miscalculation, in my opinion,
YouTube,
actually
but he said he was going
doomed
to take his
not only
dog
the
out.
gods
He'll be
themselves,
back.
but also the entire Eldar race. And I'll elaborate on all this in a future mythology video and what its implications were. Now, as I said before, the origin of the Eldar gods is one of speculation, but I believe that these were weapons gifted by the Old Ones, or at least guided in creating them for the Eldar, and were
Getting this
masses
red in
of
here is
incredible
tough.
psychic power. But when eventually the Eldar were left without the influence of the Old Ones, who had by then been extinguished, these masses changed from mere weapons
Really don't
to
know how
sentient
much
life forms,
more.
the gods of Eldar civilization. Remembering that these powers were first created to combat the Satan, gods powerful enough to devour stars themselves, it stands to reason that the psychic weapons created for or by the ancient Eldar could transition to powerful entities
feel
within
like-
the Eldar race, given their immense psychic force. Whilst we refer
Damn,
to
I feel like that
weapons,
red could
it's
hit
not to say
harder.
necessarily that they would have just been offensive. They could have been shielding, protective, or informative. And given the specific nature and description of each of the Eldar gods, I'm inclined to think that this is the case, and that these so-called weapons each had a function to bolster the Eldar in combating
I'm
essentially
going to touch a
what was an
little more red
invincible
on that
army.
brush.
So just to recap, during the earliest days of the Eldar, the Old Ones had helped them to develop and craft their psychic powers, knowledge, and skills. Over time though, and because of the War in Heaven, the Eldar were left more and more to themselves to develop and advance. When the Old Ones were destroyed, they were at the point where they left entirely to forge their own way forward in the universe. After the War in Heaven, that was the war of unimaginable proportions. Once that finished, and the Eldar had defeated the
I
Necrons,
had
the
some
Satan
gold
was
on
shattered
that.
across the universe by the Necrons, who then retreated into their tomb worlds, leaving the Eldar as the most powerful force in the universe, with forces able to crush
Oh wait,
any
you gotta
who
get the back of
opposed
the
them.
boot too.
An obvious comparison to this would be the Roman Empire in its advancement and strength over any other society at this time. Now, this situation obviously leaves the Eldar in an advantageous position in terms of societal advancement and growth. And grow they did, both in their technology, population, and most importantly, their collective psychic power. Another problem at this time for the Eldar would be their gods, who were powerful psychic creatures and had up until now aided and guided the Eldar. Some of the more powerful ancient Eldar, like the earliest of their race, spoke to these gods in first-person terms and even fought against them. But all of this was to end.
We got the
The
reds
gods
popping.
were
It's
no
still
longer
brown.
entities that were able to assist and help shape the
That
Eldar
red
as
just
they
looks
once
brown.
had. Now they could only be
Oh, listen.
contacted through spirit stones and help guide them in a much lesser way. So the Eldar would now enter a period of previously unequaled growth, a golden age in which they would spread their knowledge and culture
Look
wider
at
than
darker
any that
brown
had before.
almost.
Such was their own dominance that over millennia they filled themselves with a great arrogance, a sense that all other races were below them, and all around them stood evidence of this, both in their technological success, their psychic powers,
Welcome
the
back,
beauty
welcome back,
with which they
Smiles.
inhabited new worlds far and wide. They were at the pinnacle of achievement, both technologically, culturally, and in the size of their
I'm
empire.
really trying to get this red
They
to
not only
pop.
lived
I don't
long
know how
lives,
well this
but when
red's
they
gonna
did
pop.
die, their souls would return to the collective ether to be reborn into a new body, a psychic reincarnation. This enabled the Eldar to achieve a height of cultural technology that would nor could ever be equaled again. Over the vast periods of time involved here, literally millions of years, the Eldar reigned supreme. Their strength, pride, arrogance, and avarice grew. Their sensibility and self-control waned and became less and less. Their race was so advanced that they no longer needed to perform any physical or menial tasks, nor did they need to work to support their society. Their only causes were either self-betterment.
Damn, bro, I've been streaming for like 3 hours. I've been paying for like 3 hours. I feel like I ain't done
no matter how
shit.
extreme.
I'm still doing
Now, whilst this may
reds.
seem a deplorable thing, you must remember that the Eldar have far more powerful and overbearing emotions
There's a lot
than
of
humans,
red.
and this would lead them to indulge
is.
in ever more perverse
It's still
ways
not
to
quite red.
satisfy their desires, both through violence, cruelty, torture, sex, depravity. It became harder and harder for these extreme fanatics dedicated to dark pleasures to satisfy their decadent desires. So their acts became more violent and more creative. Soon, the streets were literally running with blood, and the insane bloodlusting roar of the swathes of citizens could be heard throughout the Eldar Empire. Now, as you become desensitized to something over time, you have to push it further and further to achieve any enjoyment from it at all. And the Eldar in their lives, where they had literally nothing other to do at this time than pleasure addiction, was like a disease infecting the whole of the Eldar race. The Eldar slaughtered one another at the slightest whim and feasted on the corpses of their fellow kin. All the while, the world burned around them. Cults dedicated to nightmarish depravity grew rapidly across the Eldar society. Whole lands fell to the different aspects of arcane knowledge and sensual excesses. Billions upon billions of Eldar,
This is
numbers
red.
greater than you can possibly imagine, spread across worlds throughout the universe, all cascading towards the darkest epitome of emotional worship. Even before this time, it had been prophesied that the Eldar would fall. The Old Ones warned the Eldar,
This red is
but their predictions and
finally starting to
warnings
show up
were
just a little
forgotten,
bit.
dismissed, and ignored over time. However, it is not to say that all was a hopeless mess of suffering and exorbitant pleasures. Whilst many had slid into chasms of depravity, there were many who focused still on improvement, development, and the core tenets of the Eldar race. Discoveries by the Imperium of Man have found hints at just how far the Eldar had advanced with their technology. One of these ancient devices enabled the user to literally will anything they could imagine into existence, drawing on their vast psychic powers. If you could imagine legions of Eldar Guardians that would appear and be real and physical and have mass, you could build endless streams of fleets, even whole cities. Whatever your imagination could be, you could create it using this highly advanced device. But on discovery of this device, it was deemed unusable. It had been tainted by the forces of chaos, of darkness. The idea of using such a device of such devastating power, that whilst it had been touched by chaos, is an unthinkable one for the Imperium. It goes to show, though, just how far the Eldar had developed, and who knows what other advantages of similar genius they had created, but have since lost. This period of wonder and decadence,
really just bring everything up.
Some saw it coming, although perhaps not quite understanding the gravity of what was to come. A group of Eldar known as Exodites concluded that the Eldar had grown to disgusting excess, and so left the homeworld to live on fringe planets in a more sustainable, pure existence. At this time, a great many more of the Eldar began to grow uneasy with the numbers.
I swear to God, this red always goes out.
Their seers, who had
Just as I get to a part.
warned that this dark path would lead surely to evil and suffering for the entire race. Yet more Eldar left the homeworlds of their empire, considering the remaining society unsalvageable and beyond help. They built great stars.
She's a little more red off of
They
his
were near
brush.
artificial planets. These are referred to as craft worlds. Some of the strongest Eldar stayed on the homeworlds to selflessly try and alter the path their race
We're
had
getting
taken,
that red
believing
up.
it to be not too late
Just a
to
little
save their
bit.
society.
Go ahead and
beauty
show this
from
off.
whatever horrors would lay ahead.
Liking it?
Surely the Eldar could
Liking
not be
it?
destroyed. How could the Guardians of the Galaxy fall when they had the most advanced technology, the most knowledge and power? So you see, the ancient Eldar had drifted from guidance by the old ones too
I
early.
think I want to do my silvers
Despite
and
the
medals
warnings of the old
next.
ones, the sense of what could happen.
I think after I do red. I don't know if I want to do that on my gold.
This, combined with the fact that their own gods took over as the primary religion within the Eldar, meant they lost and ignored the truth of what they could face if they did not control their extremely powerful emotions.
I think I might do gold.
Remember,
I think I'm going to do
Eldar
the
were
golds
created for
next.
one purpose:
My
to
gold
destroy the
highlights
Necrons
next.
and
Just so I can
for
have
the
an
use of psychic
untrust
power
untied.
and warp manipulation. They all have a powerful link to the warp, this parallel dimension of malleable energy. Over millions upon millions
I'm
of
gonna have
years
more
of
paint
sliding
real
towards
quick.
depravity,
Shit.
the Eldar's psychic emanations began to create form. This was continually added to and strengthened as things became progressively worse in the Eldar Empire. Souls of departed Eldar cultists and sacrifices forming a massive ball of negative psychic energy. This would cause such an imbalance within the warp dimension, it would actually create the immense psychic storms which humanity at this time would define as the Age of Strife. Without understanding it, they actually had a massive effect on other races at the time. The Eldar still had their webways to travel through the universe, but for any other races, interstellar travel and communication was rendered impossible by the high
Red
level
on
of
that.
disturbance in the warp energy.
We'll
This
get
would
the
last for
head.
millions of years and a hugely disruptive event for many other races. So, you know.
Go ahead and
But despite the most selfless
face
efforts of the strongest
region
Eldar
nice
back
and
then,
red.
and the cause for the endless emotional excesses to end, it barely abated. It became worse and worse, a downward spiral of disastrous proportions. Now, to any big society, this kind of horrific abuse would be a problem, but it was worse than could have been imagined for the Eldar. This mass of psychic energy that had been growing in the warp was now to reach a point of criticality. It would explode as it transformed inert psychic energy to a living consciousness of pure hate, suffering, and decadence. A reflection of the Eldar's millions of years of societal abuse and hedonism given nightmarish form. The psychic scream of the birth of Slaanesh was to be so powerful it would literally rip the fabric of the universe in two. It tore the
Damn.
souls of the Eldar within 1,000 light years, slaughtering the greatest number of Eldar in an instant. No one knows the figures
You know what?
involved in
Hang
this
on.
loss,
I didn't think
but it could
about
be no
that.
less
Let
than
me see if I can
2 million
actually
lives,
add this
not to
video.
mention all of their homeworlds, and some of the Craftworlds who had not even travelled far enough were annihilated in an instant. Their research and technology destroyed, the wonders in their culture, which had stood for millennia, obliterated. The Eldar gods, who despite being separated from the Eldar still cared and protected their followers, tried to combat and defeat Slaanesh. But all were slain or shattered, apart from just a couple of their gods who managed to escape the horror. The Eldar had truly lost everything in an instant. Only those who sheltered
Alright, never mind. That is an idea, but I can't quite do that.
and Exodite planets were spared,
I
leaving
can actually
mere
show the video on the
fragments of the
screen,
Eldar
but
behind.
I don't feel like fighting
The
my
Eldar
audio.
race did not just fall at this time, it was nearly wiped from existence. The only other survivors were ironically the Dark Eldar. I'll make mention of this specific Eldar group another time. The Dark Eldar were essentially a cult or a mix of cults who worshipped the most purely depraved side of the Eldar. They were part of the many who orchestrated the fall of the Eldar. They had created a home for themselves within the Eldar webway, and this protected them from the immense shockwave as Slaanesh came into being. But this was only the beginning. The horror of what had occurred would not only haunt the Eldar for many millennia, but it would also unleash unseen nightmares into the reality of the world. Until this time, dark forces from within the warp could only transition to reality by channeling themselves through a psyker or being summoned as so. With the warp and reality torn apart, these two now merged, and the horrors of the warp could easily bleed into the material universe, corrupting, destroying and ravaging. It is also said that the Eldar homeworlds still exist, lost within the realm of the warp and chaos, suffering a never-ending nightmare of their own making of pure demonic suffering for any Eldar who remain there. The tear in the warp dimension and reality would be known from this point onward as the Eye of Terror, and gave birth to the gateway for the myriad of forces known as Chaos. This devastating event had a wide-reaching effect on all races in the galaxy, and was far from over in the history of the universe of 40k. Since this time of darkness, which the Eldar refer to as the Fall, it is spoken of understandably with sadness and
starting to
humiliation.
get there.
The Eldar are now broken and a scattered race, lacking a sense of unity and coordinated objective. The Exodite gods saw all of these events confirm that their choice to abandon the ways of technology.
I'm gonna come back and get this
was
red in
right
2
one.
seconds. I need to wash my
Consequently, they
hands.
slipped
I'll
from
be
a more
right back.
primitive technological level of subsistence and just existence. Happy in its simplicity and with no interest for the power that caused their destruction. The survivors of the Eldar homeworlds who had foresight enough to abandon their planets now drift through the stars in colossal nomad fleets, and the more strict and organised of these are the Craftworlds. Created prior to the fall with the mission to preserve the true Eldar way of life, they are loaded with life forms, culture from their planet in both religion, biology, technology and politics. Each of these Craftworlds remains independent of the others, and they have no commitments to one another. They will often ally one another in times of need, but their society is very much shattered from the days of the ancient Eldar and is just a shadow of its former glory. The process of reincarnation that the Eldar once revered is also no longer possible, as they discovered after the fall that Slaanesh would snatch and devour their souls at the point of death.
I am back.
This prospect brings utter terror to the Eldar, where once they did not fear death,
Yeah,
as
one
they knew
more
their spirit would be
thing.
reincarnated and
This
their
needs to be
life
red, and then I have to
preserved,
finish
could
this
be
off with the
consumed
metallic.
by the Chaos God.
Which the
Slaanesh.
metallic I will more
To
than
counter
likely
this horror,
do
the Eldar developed spirit stones.
until I
These
lay
are the
down my
red orbs you'll see
gold,
adorning
baby.
Eldar armor,
I
vehicles,
feel like I can go
and
ahead until I lay down metallic, because most of what I
purpose
painted
is
is
to
already
absorb and
dried.
restore an Eldar soul at the point of death, so that it can be then
Let's
placed
see, get
within the
inside of
Craftworld
this.
Infinity Circuit as a life source of information for the Eldar, and to save that soul from Slaanesh, ever watching, always desiring. Now the Eldar have been greatly changed by the fall, and their society is still reeling from the sheer scale of the horror it created for itself. And all the while Slaanesh is constantly stalking. They can never escape, and that's what they fear more than anything. But Eldar prophecies state though, that one day their gods, some of whom were consumed and destroyed by Slaanesh, others were lost long ago during the Eldar War in heaven. It is said that they will one day rise again as the saviours of the Eldar, to see them take their place as the rulers of the galaxy once again. Whilst this might seem a hope of a doomed race, it's not out of the realms of possibility. The Eldar are one of the most powerful races when it comes to psychic powers, and the Eldar gods, as you remember, were weapons designed by the Old Ones to combat the Satan. So it's not somehow out of the realm of possibility that there's some truth to this. The Eldar gods could recombine, resurrect from the depths
It's a
of the war.
little bit tough to get up in that track. We got there close enough.
Would be viewed more as penance than actually
Right,
as ruin.
now for the
Now,
barrel.
the Eldar had been shattered by these events and were left
Done.
significantly weakened.
That
Their fall
I
has
still
the
have to lay
largest
over
impact, obviously, on themselves.
a
But it's
red
worth it to keep in
metallic.
mind that the Eldar were the ones who originally caused the Necrons to retreat into their tomb worlds. They had since then grown in strength many times over, but since the fall, all of this was lost, leaving them significantly weaker and more scattered than ever at the end of the war in heaven. This could still have far-reaching consequences as the universe of the 41st millennium faces new threats from the awakening Necron and the invasive Tyranid hives.
Let's
The
send me
Eldar
some red
story is
paint.
one which is far more significant than sometimes is given credit, and whilst many other empires are stronger than the Eldar in the current time, none are even close to what the Eldar had achieved with their own. The reality of the other younger and less powerful races such as mankind, Tau, Orcs, facing some of the most nightmarish forces in the universe is a sobering prospect. The Eldar, if their prophecies of godlike resurrection and intervention prove accurate, could be the last true
Maybe
hope
good enough.
for the universe. We'll be moving on from the Eldar now to look at mankind and the Imperium and their place in the universe. But we will revisit the Eldar in the future videos to look at their society, their weapons, their gods and much more. So guys, please leave your thoughts below, and as always, please support me by rating the video, commenting and checking out my previous content. I need as much support as possible with this series, and I look forward to seeing you guys next time when we learn more about the future of human history.
Yeah, shout out to this guy for going through the whole Warhammer lore step by step. Right. Yeah, we got a good video here. Oh, some change of Warhammer goodness.
There once was a man born in a forgotten time, created by a force of unknown origin. He would cross the
How
ages
red is that
knowing his
red
one
though?
purpose: to lead humanity
Red is that
to the
red?
greatest empire in the
Red
galaxy,
enough
the Imperium of Man.
compared to that side.
In this time, he would be known by only one name: the Emperor of Mankind.
There's so much red in here. I'm actually surprised. No red in the actual brush.
This is
Which is
dated.
weird.
I must first apologise for the length of time since the last project. The simplest explanation is it took me a long time to compile amid many other things going on for me. So we now move on from the Eldar history and wade into one of the most important and complicated narratives in the universe of the 41st millennium. It is, of course, the rise of humanity and the Imperium. In the dark, never-ceasing war that is the future, humans have risen to control and maintain a galaxy-spanning empire whose official title is the Imperium of Mankind. The Imperium is the largest and most powerful political entity in the galaxy. It has been established for a period of some 10,000 years up to its present date in the age of Warhammer 40k. The lore and scripture around this period is massive. Despite this daunting task though, I've decided to interpret it in one piece chronologically, splitting it into chapters so as to best enable you guys to get an understanding and a grasp of what it is all about. This is the third video in my Warhammer 40,000 lore series, and it seeks to create a foundation for all of the further videos which talk about the Imperium of Man.
On the side of this, yeah.
The Imperium of Man consists of the planets, systems and forces throughout the galaxy which contain Imperial citizens and their derivatives. Not all humans are universally members of the Imperium though, and as you would expect, there are rogue traders and those who choose to live on the legal fringes of the society. The single most important figure within the Imperium is the aforementioned founder, saviour and ruler of this empire, known as the Emperor of Mankind. He formed the Imperium some 10,000 years previous to the current established date in the universe of Warhammer 40,000 at the end of the 30th millennium. This occurred following an especially brutal period of societal disintegration during the last days of the Age of Strife. In this video, I'll outline the political state that is the Imperium, as well as the history behind how humanity reached
That
this point
red,
in the far
though.
future.
I
As
want
with
that red to
anything,
be
though,
more
the
red,
complexity and depth of the
more
lore
vibrant.
means I can't cover it in its fleshed entirety, so some tangents are going to have to remain for future videos, but I do my best to cover as much as possible which is relevant. The Emperor of Man sits as an extremely powerful figure within the Imperium. Make no mistake, he is the centre of humanity in the 41st millennium. So powerful a humanoid, he was arguably barely human to begin with, and he continues to protect mankind after his mortal wounding during the final battles of a period known as the Horus Heresy. Were it not for his ever-present psychic voice reaching out, searching, protecting and planning, then the Imperium of Man would undoubtedly fall back into dark oblivion, and perhaps the light would be extinguished permanently. The Emperor was injured so badly after the heresy that he now exists only as a husk of a man within a stasis chamber called the Golden Throne. This allows him to live on eternally as he has done for some past 10,000 years, whilst continually guiding mankind through psychic whispers. The only catch with this is thousands of psykers are sacrificed every day using their essence and psychic power to keep him alive, as he is heavily protected and attended to back on the ancient homeworld of legend, Terra, or Old Earth. The Imperium of Man in the wider galaxy now consists of many systems, planets and trillions of citizens. All the while, the Imperial military and the many administrators of mankind, all of whom swear allegiance to the Emperor, all stand together against the nightmares of the galaxy to form what is humanity in the darkest of futures.
I feel like this could be ready. This could use more red.
Now we know that in this future we have access to highly advanced technology and face many voracious enemies wielding our own forces to then counter them. The important question in understanding the Imperium is, how did we get to this time? And to understand this, we need to look back at the extensive and dark history of humanity. There is a small clue as to the way in which the people that constitute humanity in the 41st millennium view their past. That is, the Imperial two-headed eagle, the crest of the Imperium. It stands with its two heads, but with one eye closed. Blind, or perhaps refusing to see the past. The other eye is open, looking to the future. The logic being that the past of humanity is too painful or dangerous to look back on, so we look forward, striving to be stronger and more powerful, as we have done for thousands of years. There are distinct
truly
ages of
do need
humanity's
better lighting in here.
and these tell the story of how we
Hang on.
reached the time of the Imperium. 1 millennium equals 1,000 years. The Imperium has now been established for 10 millennia or 10,000 years. Humanity has existed for roughly 41,000 years. This timeline demonstrates the ages of man through this period, from our ancient history through to the age of the Imperium. We have the ancient history, the age of terror, the golden age of technology or the dark age of technology, the age of strife, the unification wars, the Great Crusade and the fall of the Eldar, the Horus Heresy and the Great Scouring, followed by the final age of Imperium of Man.
Alright, maybe this. There we go. Jesus fucking
The
Right, so I
ancient
need
history
some
tells of the dawn of
real light
mankind,
in
but
this
period
office.
is largely one of animalistic evolution. The most significant event occurs around 7000 BC. This event marks the birth of the humanoid, who would become the Emperor of Mankind. His origins are something
now
of
that
a
red
heated
is red, it
debate
didn't
among the
look fucking
40k
that red
community.
before.
There are several theories around this, and it's important to note that something I rarely see stated on forums or discussions around the origins of the Emperor is that quite simply no one knows the origins of the Emperor. It's all just speculation. Simply because one theory has had a vague reference at one time or another does not make it gospel. In fact, as I've repeated before, the crux of the matter with imperial history and lore in general is that very little should ever be considered official or canon. Such is the state of the loss of history, misinformation, and suppression of facts within the 40k universe. So essentially, the correct version is the version you want to believe. In a universe where history is stored over thousands of years, and in times of unimaginable devastation and strife, it's unlikely something could be considered a cold, hard fact, especially when you're talking about events that happened in ancient history in an age where accurate recording of information seems unlikely or even impossible to have survived. The first version of these events is the often widely accepted background, which states that in the ancient times, some humans carried a natural affinity or awareness of the warp. These were the earliest psykers. They would be village shamans or witch doctors in ancient communities. Their premonitions led them to understand that in the future, mankind would face the darkest of times. Their decided course of action would be to commit ritual suicide en masse, returning their souls and essence to the warp to then coalesce and be reborn as one supremely powerful psychic being. This being would then spend the future millennia living a Highlander-like existence, transitioning from identity to identity, sometimes taking on famous leaders in history to steer humanity in the right direction. And then upon reaching the age of strife, he would step into the force to become the supreme leader of all humanity and unite us again throughout the galaxy.
Now we got some red.
Now, some people take this as the most canon version of the Emperor's origin, but there are various others, including the one that I actually personally subscribe to. The shaman story is all very well and good, but it leaves me with some questions. For example, if these shaman were some of the earliest humans with only a vague awareness of the warp, how could they have such powerful precognition to foresee the need to create such a super being? In addition to that, if they were truly the earliest stowings of psychers for humanity, then surely they would not have been especially powerful, and even with their powers combined, how could they summon humanity's greatest champion? No, not Captain Planet. So, those two things stand out for me. Also, their plan to commit mass suicide and then hope that they would all be reborn together seems pretty spurious. It seems to tick the boxes from an okay, I guess that's possible point of view, but it just doesn't make sense beyond that. Another theory is that the Emperor was in fact one of the Old Ones, who you will remember were one of the most ancient super beings who created the Eldar, the Orcs, and even humanity. Yes, really. Go and look it up for those naysayers who think that they did not. This theory, again, at first is captivating, until you start to think about it more. And then you realise it doesn't really make any sense. The Old Ones were, as far as we are informed, not shapeshifters, but creatures of light and dark. There was a statement to the fact that just a single Old One escaped the brutal genocide of their race, but then was eventually killed at the birth of Slanesh when the Eldar fell. If the Emperor was some other escaped Old One, it doesn't make logical sense that they would choose one race and then ultimately lead it. Although I suppose, devil's advocate, who's to say what would be going in the mind of this Old One after his entire race was extinguished? Maybe it had a crisis of conscience. Anything, I guess, is possible. And then not to mention also the fact that the Emperor would lead humanity to wage war on pretty much every other alien race, which wouldn't really serve any purpose within the context of an Old One's mission statement. They were originally life givers. They seeded planets with life to, create new races in the universe. And again, unless it had simply lost the plot and was operating on his own sort of mission plan. There are some things that do fit this theory though, such as Old Ones being very powerful psychic creatures. They had extended precognition, they had very extensive, almost immortal long life.
We'll need cheap viewers, bots. We need real viewers.
But all of this seems very soft and is only plausible.
I need a real shade of red.
It just doesn't really fit. So the
Well,
last
Bob
theory, and
viewers
the one
here.
that I personally believe, is that the Emperor was neither the creation of some bizarre suicide pact or an Old One. Rather, something in between. It's fair to say that in any ancient history,
Okay.
nothing is quite as it's written, and that some reading between the lines is necessary. The most ancient of history available hints at the last remaining Old One floated around the galaxy, meddling and dabbling and trying to have some last impact on the worlds which they felt they had failed and left their race completely annihilated. We know that the Old Ones were capable of creating beings of immense psychic
Ooh,
power.
I
This is
wanna
how the
be the
ancient
red
Eldar
now.
defeated the Necrons and Satan, who, well, let's not forget, gods capable of devouring stars. So the theory I stand by is that a fragmented remaining
Dang,
Old
look at
One
that one,
drifted
go
around the
metallic
galaxy
red.
until he was struck by a precognition so terrible that he had no choice but to resolve becoming involved. It could be that he saw the vision of the Eldar fall
I
or
like
the
that
rise of
red
chaos.
is
Either way, he
clean.
knew that the Eldar were by now far too arrogant to accept any help and would be of no use. Remembering that the Eldar had
I
turned their
need some
backs
last of
on
my
the Old
red
Ones
here
long
real
ago.
quick.
The Orcs, who were
Before I
also
start laying down
Old One's
metallic, I'm
creation,
actually going
were
to clean
too
this
crass and
brush.
mindless for such preparation. Instead, he would turn
Back
to
of
weak
his shoe.
humans, weak, but with great potential. And so he would decide on forming a divine creature, a humanoid of the most immense power, but birthed in such a way that he would not allow those humans would not immediately view him as a god, but as a man, to be not worshipped, but instill a sense of power, of awe, of destiny. There are other clues as well. Apparently, further along in Earth's ancient history, a creature crashed to Earth who had an appearance we would describe as a dragon.
Boy,
And
I
it would
swear to
seem
God,
that this dragon
I'm
was
so
in fact
close to
a small
breaking that blade. It's
fragment
gonna drive me
of the
nuts.
star gods, the Satan, who had been
Every
destroyed
time.
thousands of light years away by the Necrons. Even a tiny fragment of these most powerful beings would be beyond the means of even the most powerful humans to contain. The future Emperor in this time wounded this creature and then apparently took it to Mars. I'm not sure
That's an
how.
animal red.
But there it lay imprisoned
Do
within the
this.
planet. The final chapter of that story, that's one for another
I
day.
swear, only a few
Still,
sections came
this
out
helps to
really,
secure
really
the
good.
idea that no mere reincarnation of a few shaman could produce such or perform such a task. Could an old one? Perhaps. But given the other evidence, I would still discount it. But a perfectly designed humanoid of godlike form created by an old one who would know a most powerful psychic being was needed to counter not just the future darkness of man, but to face again the Satan in a day of reckoning when the Necrons would rise again. This seems for me the most logical and plausible of origins. The truth, though, is that we cannot know
Really
the
trying to
origin of
touch
the
the
Emperor
bread
unless
up.
some definitive tome is discovered which provides secure evidence as to such, so we are left to speculate until then. One thing that is certain though, is that the Emperor was a human and holds godlike psychic
Really want to
power.
get this
He
red.
was within humanity throughout
I
all of
love
history, learning, sometimes guiding, mostly sitting in the shadows, until he was needed to take a course of action that would lead us into the age of the Imperium. The last point worthy of mention is that the Emperor of Man would enforce a strictly secular society. In the early days of the Imperium, this would then enable humanity would identify with him as a man and not as a god. They wouldn't project any religious connotations onto him. Also, because throughout the thousands of years he spent on Earth, he would see the terrible devastation and fragmentation organized religion could cause. He believed that humanity could only achieve its
Now
full
we're getting
potential
somewhere.
in a strictly secular state. However, even in the
This
Crusading
is still
period,
not
the
as
Emperor
clean as
would
I
reunite
wish.
the lost colonies of man. Some people began to spread rumors that he was more than just a powerful man. These beliefs would run so strong it would even question some Astartes to the faith, such as Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow, one of my favourite characters in the 40k and one of the few Space Marines from the Death Guard chapter not to be corrupted by chaos. Some citizens of the Imperium consider the Emperor's stance on faith even a test so as to distinguish those who can see the whole of the truth, that he is in fact the one true God of mankind. We would now reach the time known as the Age of Terror. This was the period on Earth from the 1st to the 15th millennia, that is the first 15,000 years on old Earth. A period of extreme technological expansion, from a pre-industrial era to that of fusion power and travel beyond our planet and even solar system. Humanity would first colonize new worlds within our system, first on Mars and then the moons of Jupiter, before mankind would start to look at how we could travel beyond. To achieve this next goal,
Now, so it won't be so bad
starships were
later.
created for humanity to cross the voids
Again,
between solar
almost
systems,
certain. Definitely
and
from my
powerful
Alex
engines.
Red.
At this time, these advanced fusion drives enabled very, very fast, but still sublight travel. This meant, in order to reach their destination, it could take anything as long as 10 generations of human lifespan to reach their destinations. Subsequently, trade
generations,
between
crazy.
colonies was then extremely difficult and would lead to them being established almost as independent states. Very little is known of this period as imperial records are fragmented and limited. The emperor during this time had no reason to interfere and so would continue his own work and research back on Earth. Study and the improvement of man, all the while remaining in the shadows. During the period between the 1st and 15th millennium, various events of discovery and importance took place that would finally propel us to create our first interstellar confederation in the 15th millennium. One of the most important events of note would be during M4. Humanity would discover the warp and begin to research it. This is specifically relevant as it would have been one of the discoveries that would lead the Emperor to understanding the necessity of him coming into the fore.
Really need a way to clean my brushes.
As we reach the 15th millennium, humanity would enter a golden age of technology. This would be the highest point in mankind's technological achievements. It would last for some 10,000 years, and humanity continued its rise in technology, science and power, spreading and colonizing mankind all across the Milky Way galaxy. We could create our first galactic empire, ruled from Earth, the homeworld,
Wow,
and
this
establish
shit was like
massive trade
wood
networks
grain.
that further powered
Does not look
expansion
red.
and advancement. This earlier period in the Age of Technology has a subtitle known as the Stellar Exodus. This marks the time when humanity made its first colonies on other worlds, and also beyond the solar
Really trying to
system.
find a camera angle to
These
make this.
initial colonies were reached using the ships that were still only capable of sublight speeds and were restricted by this, as well as our developing but limited knowledge of building these vast scale ships. When these ships reached their destination though, they would be then slowly deconstructed and the materials used to build the colonies. Some would become manufactorums capable of producing massive war machines, or then back then defensive machines, things such as Imperial Knights and even Titans, which the colonies would use to defend themselves against the dangers of the galaxy. In a comparable way to early colonies on Earth, this meant they had to be self-sufficient
not
due to the
so-
large timescales involved before anyone would likely reach
Figure it
out
out.
to them again.
Needs on.
They would develop their own cultures and languages, largely
Okay, my
influenced
next
by the
set
noble
of
families
colors probably
established
needs to be
on these
gold.
interstellar voyages, as well as physical elements on the new homeworld.
Man, my
and planet's
two,
characteristics
all
would
my
also
shit's
shape the way in
cracking.
which their societies would
All
evolve.
my brushes are starting to split.
Now, some 6,000
One
years
minute
later,
set
around the
real
period of
soon.
Millennium 21, mankind now began a process
I
of
need to give me some real
militarization.
paintbrush.
It is not known who or for what reason created this process or started it
Oh,
off, but along with
jeez.
our expansion and colonization of planets,
All
we
my
also
brushes
began
are-
to expand and develop our weapons and forces.
Is it-
Fragments of what was developed during this age of technology, such as Imperial Knights, Titans, Land Raider designs, and so on, would later be recovered by the Imperium far into the future. The largest proportion, however, would be lost to the tides of time. We can only imagine or hope to continue
There.
recovering these lost and most powerful of technologies in the 41st millennium.
Bolster. I need to get.
Humanity had risen to a period of immense power through our technology, and whilst the
Actions
Emperor of
not
Man
over.
existed, he had not made
Last
himself
sleeve is
known to
gold.
mankind. He continued to bide his time lying in the shadows,
Little parts I'm
studying,
really gonna worry
planning,
about.
observing.
Caps
The
I
very
can
fact that
get.
the Emperor is one of the few who would live through this time
Using
and on into the age of the Imperium, and this would
Ooh,
then have
tip, here's
far-reaching
gold.
implications for humanity, as the Emperor would carry
Here's
his knowledge and
gold.
strength of this golden
Hip
age
joints, the
into a
sockets
time
are
when
gold.
none would recall it, and where it would be of critical
Aye.
importance to our
I
survival.
should to get this.
For the Emperor, he would use this knowledge of the age of technology to bring
Alright,
humanity
start.
back to a glimmer of what
I'm
once
gonna take a
had been.
slight break and listen to some of this Warhammer lore.
In the thousands of years where humanity established its first interstellar empire, we would become, as much as the Eldar, supremely dependent on technology. Humankind had risen to a level of godlike understanding, and this was embraced and practiced by the people of the time. The Empire of Mankind was seen as a bastion of technological achievement and began to use a new class of humans entitled the Navigators to expand our reach and use the newly discovered warp to travel beyond the distances of existing star drives and cover vast distances in a short time. A navigator's role is to, as the name suggests, protect and guide a ship through the tides and dangers of the warp. Eventually, over time, humanity would find the warp had become too turbulent to traverse. But in this time, navigators, they're not strictly psychers as such. They possess a special gene called, unsurprisingly, the navigator gene. They also possess other abnormal characteristics, including a third eye in the forehead, as well as some more alien appearances such as...
Okay, that's not what I want. I just want to bring over my YouTube.
As well as maybe larger than normal.
No, yes.
Their origin is believed to have not been a natural development, but to have come about through genetic experimentation and engineering in this period of the age of technology. It was likely that mankind discovered the warp and that it could be utilized for crossings, but that required a safe means to traverse it and looked to create a solution to that problem. Mankind's age of expansion and technological glory across the galaxy would lead to many worlds requiring their own localized defense forces. In this time, humanity's mastery of technology was largely unequaled, and this would be employed in the defense and relative growth of the colonies. One of these defense forces, one of the most powerful of them, would be the Imperial Knights. These were colossal war machines that towered over all they surveyed on a battlefield. They were built with the knowledge of the Golden Age of technology, and these giants survived
slight pause. I'm gonna hang out.
But they can essentially no longer be
I'm not gonna
constructed
go
from
anywhere.
scratch. And as is often the case with technology in the Imperium, it is now merely maintained.
So we kind of got some of this red down.
Operated by nobles from the colony worlds who would be entombed within
Prep
them.
me some
They are
gold.
sworn to protect their citizens from all Xenos threats and the endless nightmares in the universe. As the Knights would advance into the later ages, they continued their noble values and morals. Some of the Knights are the most selfless and dedicated forces within the Imperium, as well as being some of the oldest. As with most technology from the Dark or Golden Age technology, the Knights are immensely powerful.
I know it's
allowing
gonna be
them
hard to
run
paint
and fight
shit.
as much as a dreadnought would fight, but on a much larger scale. These ancient heroes have fought thousands of battles across millennia and stand ready to defend Imperial citizens and support Astartes anywhere in the galaxy. After the Knights we have the Titans, and Titans are the epic war machines of the Imperium. A Knight and the smallest Titan can be anything like 9-10 meters, but the big Titans can be anything up to 50 meters. They are gargantuan death machines. Many people believe that the Mechanicum were originally responsible for creating the Titans. This is not strictly correct. They do construct some Titans, but many they simply maintain. This is because the technology used to create Titans is very, very old. Like many things in the universe of Warhammer 40,000,
Pull up my YouTube.
a lot of technology
You guys
is
can actually see the
maintained
video.
because of its complexity. Simpler
captures
devices are
window.
constructed, but this happens less.
There we
and
go.
less.
I was
The
like,
Mechanicum
goddamn.
do create some Titans for the Imperium. Originally, the Mechanicus found versions that were completely autonomous, created in the Golden Age of technology. And the largest Titan so far discovered was upon the lost forge world of Charania. It was a completely autonomous war machine and was dubbed the Castigator class Titan. Its
There it is.
schematic
Okay.
was apparently also contained within a standard template construct on this planet, and it was far superior to any class of Titan utilized by the Adeptus Mechanicus or any other intelligent race in the galaxy. This was so far the only known discovered Castigator class Titan,
Okay,
but it was
perfect.
subsequently destroyed by Imperial
Now you
Grey
guys see the
Knights.
YouTube
Grey Knights
video
are
I'm
the
watching.
secretive and unbreakable order of Astartes warriors dedicated to the protection of the Imperium from the very darkest foes that humanity faces in the 41st millennium. Now, the portion of the STC database containing the data for the manufacture of the Castigator-class Titan was also destroyed by the Mechanicus. It possessed AI, which is
How is it
strictly
gonna
outlawed and
Well,
heretical.
that camera. There we go. So we can actually
Secondly,
see.
it had somehow long ago been corrupted by living chaos energy, and for this reason, it could obviously no longer be supported. Imperial records
Right, we got a
also
base red
note
down.
that the cost of life and resources required to destroy this Titan monstrosity was severe. The key point here, though, is that mankind was developing machines in the golden age of technology that would never again be equal. They could be merely copied, emulated, or used as a template to work from in the future. But our level of knowledge, our rules and guides on what could be created,
Oh, I got you
due
right
in
on
part
the
to events that are yet
wall.
to come, would
I
very much
didn't
limit
realize that.
humanity's advancement in the millennia that lay ahead.
I didn't realize
I
that.
mentioned a moment ago something called an STC. This denotes a device known as a standard template construct. These are one of the single most valuable objects in the galaxy for the Imperium, and their importance was
Let's
no
run with
less
a
during the age of
6.
technology.
Hold
So
on.
what is an STC? STC systems were advanced AI computers created during the golden or dark age of technology, and are said to have contained the sum
I got
total
flesh
of
for her
human,
legs.
scientific and technological knowledge.
Well,
STCs were created when human interstellar civilization was at its technological peak. Their original purpose was to enable colonists to survive on the new worlds they arrived upon, as they could not carry securely the mass amount of knowledge gained by humanity at this time.
sand
Even if they
yellow.
could, they might not have people
Yeah, what
capable
I
of
picked.
understanding how to utilize this.
Let's pick
The
sand yellow.
STC solved this problem. It enabled the colonies to access all of humanity's knowledge and display it in a way for them to be able to create anything they needed from the resources available and solve any issue that could arise for them on the new home worlds, no matter the geography, resource limitations,
Actually,
or climate. This would
I
enable
actually
them to
need
build
that
anything from a
fan
simple
yellow.
lasgun to a fortified
Can I get her
bunker,
skin tone
massive
right?
war machines, or an atmospheric processor. STC systems possess the ability to not just store information, but also to produce new designs to
Maybe.
meet changing circumstances. They are immensely powerful sources of information and power, and consequently the Imperium places a high value on obtaining these lost relics of ancient knowledge. Even though now, after many thousands of
Alright,
years
so
of
now it's
past,
time to start laying this
most
gold
discovered
down.
STCs are damaged to the point they only contain fragments of their former stored information. But Imperial forces will still use any means or resources necessary to obtain an STC once it has been discovered, even if this means the sacrifice of legions of military or civilian Imperial citizens. From the golden age of technology and into the ages to come, these valuable systems will be lost or destroyed, so that now in the age of the Imperium they have become beyond rare, almost just a legend. So the consequent discovery of remnants of any
Well, we
new
should use that
technology in the
sponge
dark
right
age of
now. That's
technology
so
puts an
good.
STC's value to humanity beyond estimation. The little knowledge that has been recovered from damaged STC units is then utilized, copied, and stored by the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, who are based deep on the primary forge homeworld of Mars.
I
They
use
believe
this for
that
base coat for
STCs are the most
boots.
holy of artifacts and will seek and protect them at any cost. This little divergence is an important one because an STC recovery, no matter its state of repair, still remains as one of the most important objectives for Imperial forces in the 41st millennium. The holy grail of this quest, though, although unlikely, will be to recover an intact STC, thereby gifting the Imperium all of the stored knowledge of mankind from the golden age of technology. If the Imperium were able to recover an STC of this standard, it would catapult the existing human society into becoming yet again one of the most advanced and significantly, if not the most powerful state in the galaxy. The STC Crusade also explains in part about the state of technology and development of the Imperium, in that much of the knowledge regarding tech is replicated or learned rather than invented and created. Although new tech does come along, it's not overtly specified why so little resources are put into research now. It could be speculated though, however, that mankind relied so strongly upon the Emperor in the last 10 millennia that now they believe only he is capable of directing mankind's advancement, and they solely focus on maintaining him and maintaining the state of Imperial affairs. So we return to our story, and at this time, in the golden age of technology, humanity continues to expand across the galaxy. initially slowly as the gigantic starships we crafted were incapable
That's,
of using the warp to traverse space.
oh,
And as we learned previously,
it's all
they
sort of
took
come together once it add the
generations to reach
metallics.
their destination. They were essentially travelling worlds, similar to the Eldar craft world of the 41st millennium. When these ships reached their destination, they would slowly be deconstructed, and their materials could be used to create massive war machines such as the Imperial Knights and Titans, which the colony could use to defend themselves against the dangers of the galaxy. Dangers such as the Eldar and Orcs, who were first discovered in this period as a result of our reaching out beyond our own system to more regularly explore the galaxy. However, interestingly, during this time, humanity was actually considered more powerful than it is in the 41st millennium. This strength was mainly due to our technology rather than actual physical forces, such as Astartes, who did not exist in this age. Science was humanity's primary religion, and the society of man perceived itself as having reached a time where no one could be a real challenge to us. To a degree, this was actually true, so much so that the Xenos races of Eldar and Orc actually signed non-aggression pacts with mankind, which seems bizarre from the Orc point of view, but there we are. The discovery
Right? I thought the Orcs were all badass.
that is an engine enabling cross-warp travel, now powered humanity's expansion and domination of the galaxy forward. A federated government was formed, enabling us to create a strong trade community and, most importantly, remain unified and powerful throughout our colonies spread across the galaxy, aiding and supporting where necessary with either materials, logistics or military. The exact form and nature of this federation is unknown from this time, as so much knowledge and history was lost. To speculate, though, it seems likely that from the way in which humans would live at this time,
Man,
the
that kinda seems
Federation
like a
would focus more on
glaze.
discovery, science,
That's
and
like a
working
pain.
in better humanity, as well as supporting our widespread colonies. As the societies we had seeded across the galaxy grew stronger and more developed, most humans would live long, peaceful lives where menial actions were carried out by automation, leaving people time to indulge in their own lives and dedicate themselves to the glorious expansion of mankind. This golden age of peace bears a stark contrast to the unforgiving brutality of the 41st millennium, the Imperium where many citizens are now born into lives that are shorter, work-driven, and even hellish by comparison. Back with our timeline though, and although navigators had now been discovered and enabled interstellar travel, psychers, that is humans with strong psychic ability, had for the longest time evaded or simply passed undetected.
Now we're getting that gold.
It would be in the age of technology where this new class of human would finally be identified.
Dad, if you guys are listening, do your boy solid. Make sure you share this video.
The old ones, Orc and Eldar.
I'm trying to grow
It is
this
unclear
channel.
why this would be, but again,
Wherever
you may
you're watching,
speculate
however
that
you're
the Eldar
watching.
had a role to play in guiding
Thank you guys for hanging
ensuring
out with me on
humanity
this
through this time.
glorious
As we know,
Saturday.
he had always lain in the shadows, ensuring our safety and creating small influence until he felt it was necessary to come to the fore. Another possibility is that by comparison, the Orcs and Eldar, with their more advanced psychic powers, simply shone brighter. As we know, the demons of the warp are actually attracted to psychic power in real space, like moths to a lamp, and so they appeared amid the depths of the galaxy, a brighter beacon for the chaotic creatures to be attracted towards, whereas the human psychers were very early in development, their powers were less attractive. They didn't
Right, like
stand
fighting
out
is
so much.
definitely their thing. I
These
figured they would
psychic
be
mutations
more
were initially limited
more
to only a
aggressive,
few
and that's not a
individuals
peace
per
path.
billion or so humans, but toward the end of the Age of Technology, psychers would appear throughout the colonies more widespread than ever before. And some colonies who were advanced and open-minded, they could see the potential advantages brought by human psychers, and they were protected and allowed to develop and explore their abilities. However, on other, less advanced human colonies, they were often killed and hunted down, as the people here feared rather than embraced their divergent powers, much of, similar to witch hunts.
Makes
As I
sense.
hinted at earlier, one of the reasons during the golden age of technology that humanity was able to not only survive, but stretch itself out to colonize and conquer worlds in the galaxy, not to mention defending itself against aggressive Xenos, would be due to their reliance on AI and the machine creations of the time. However,
Oh no, is that our future, relying on AI and the machines?
primary sentient machines in the Human Galactic Federation would be known as the Men of Iron, and they would stereotypically turn on their creators and enter us into a cataclysmic war. An STC containing a template for the Men of Iron was discovered by Imperial forces on a Chaos-controlled world. It became apparent that much as the Castigator-class Titan, the Men of Iron here had also been corrupted by Chaos, and the AI of these creations was sentient. So we can perhaps speculate that the Men of Iron initially resented their human creators, but combined with this were also corrupted, possibly by Chaos, which at the time was relatively unknown to mankind, hence the lack of any documentation to support such speculation. It is, however, a possibility and stacks up with what we know of the corruptibility of human AI creations. Also, the intent of the dark forces of Chaos to obliterate humanity.
They're trying to tell us AI is going to corrupt us.
Aware of its existence. Regardless of the reason, though, this war was one of the greatest disasters to befall humanity and would rage for centuries. The exact length of the war is not recorded. The conflict was eventually won by humanity, but at a great cost. The damage caused by this conflict to interstellar human society was hugely destructive. We would lose masses of knowledge and technology, not to mention devastating humanity's economic strength and political unity. The war would begin the series of events that would lead into the collapse of the Federation of Humanity at the end of the Age of Technology.
Okay.
As so often is the case, very little information exists from this time, largely due to the Imperium being so wary of a similar disaster happening again. And this is why, amongst the Imperium and mankind, you'll find only the simplest forms of AI. It is viewed as being exceptionally dangerous technology and is strictly outlawed. A substitute is often to combine human and machine into mindless drone-like beings known as servitors. Servitors are the Imperium's cybernetic servants, lacking true self-awareness, and are created from the bodies of
love the pain of surgery.
Unpleasantly lobotomized or vat-grown humanoids whose bodies and brains are partially replaced with machine systems. As a result of this catastrophic conflict between the
definitely want to pay
in
our
the golden age of technology, it is now considered one of the most severe crimes in Imperial society to develop a self-aware, artificially intelligent machine. It is just considered too dangerous to even consider. Around Millennium 23, the warp was taking hold of psychers and wreaking havoc on human colonies. Feudal night worlds were more conservative and less abiding of psychers, as we said previously, who had hunted them down. These would fare better than the others, who had adopted them more open-mindedly at the time. The knights in their semi-titan armor would battle massive warp entities and serve to protect the planet's human population, abiding to their strict code of feudal discipline and ability. Very often, they would be the bastions that protected mankind's worlds, and their importance cannot be underestimated at this time. As is often the case in history, it is not one but a series of disasters that leads to total ruination, and this was no exception for the glorious empire humanity had established during the Dark Age of technology. Whilst it was struggling to recover from a collapse in its unity, as well as destruction of many of its resources and its ability to trade efficiently with other worlds, a new disaster would occur that would see the end of humanity's golden age and instead throw us further into near total annihilation. The race of man would never again reach this golden pinnacle of technological achievement.
I feel like they're trying to tell us something. Let me find out the Warhammer lore is canon in real life.
As we learned in ancient Eldar lore, it was at this time that the Eldar out in the galaxy would fall into near total destruction. These would be dark days indeed, as the Eldar were almost wiped out in a cataclysmic annihilation as the Chaos god Slaanesh was born into existence from the horrifically depraved mire that Eldar society had fallen into. This was a disaster for the Eldar, nearly extinguishing their light from the universe completely, but it didn't do humanity any favours either. The near destruction of the Eldar and birth of Slaanesh only came to mark the end of the Age of Strife. What caused it prior to these events was the ever-expanding sea of psychic energy known as the Warp. For many millennia, this had been growing more and more powerful, fueled by the nightmarish depravity that was Eldar society. Around the end of Millennium 24
Crazy
and
to
beginning of
think they actually
25,
created pure
mankind was
hell
still struggling to recover from
and
a
manifested.
disastrous war against its men of iron and its far-reaching impact on the previously secure and strong human federation. With their galactic unity destroyed, as well as suffering from the inevitable wounds of war, material shortages, mass loss of life and destruction of infrastructure, we would now face a new problem. Warp travel was becoming increasingly difficult. The warp's instability, caused in part by the Eldar's depraved psychic society, meant that many ships now would become lost and consumed by the warp as they were travelling through. This was not an issue for the Eldar themselves, as they used their webways to travel, which were outside of that warp space. For humanity, though, it would be a severe problem, and its impact would deal the fatal blow to an already fragile empire. The losses and damage caused by the war with the Men of Iron, combined with now being unable to travel across the warp to cross those great distances in the galaxy, would ultimately
What other
turn
gold things do I
humanity
have?
into a pre-Dark Age of technology,
Hips and knees
where only sublight travel was
calves,
possible.
and
This was a disaster.
gold should
Trails
actually be able to
no
lay
longer
smack
conducted,
down.
as these journeys would now take generations to complete. Humanity was once
Nothing
again
gold on the belt,
isolated,
perfect.
as it had been millennia before. The warp storms and the isolation they would create would last for over 5,000 years, and their effect on human society.
Okay, no, see, the warp is essentially a mirror to our universe, so our universe directly affects the warp. So because there's this negativity, warp more dangerous.
And support themselves. It's important to understand that when a system
I feel like I just watched an episode of Star Trek.
Backup, its collapse has an immediate and profound impact. This was the case with mankind's trade system. It had grown over time to enable many planets to survive solely on imports from other rich
If our universe were to become more peaceful, the warp would be much
to gain outside support.
safer.
Disaster was inevitable.
Makes sense.
Many would turn inwardly to the colony, consuming themselves from the inside out. First with barbaric civil war, and later total anarchy, fighting over the scarce resources that remained. The final phase often led the significantly depleted population into a feudal system of warlords and barbarism. This chaos was repeated across the majority of human worlds in this period, even including Earth. At this time on Earth, large areas across the planet had become massive cities reaching for hundreds of miles, and having become adapted to a system where all activities were conducted by machines, Earth also now relied heavily on trade from colonized worlds to support the extremely high population count. Additionally, much of the planet was no longer capable of food production, and
I guess I gotta keep it
millennia,
canon.
hence the need for colonies and expansion
A
in
little
the first
dot in the
place.
middle.
With the inability to travel and trade,
Yeah, I'll
Earth
make it
descended into a
red.
similar fate of the less advanced worlds. First panic and general disorder, then food riots, resource
Getting
hoarding,
in,
and
getting
finally
stuff on.
complete anarchy. A tribal warlord system was all that remained of the few survivors left on Earth, brutal warriors who battled out across the deserts and hives of the remnants of civilization. This whole situation might sound unbelievable that society could collapse so quickly and to such a severe degree, but it's worth considering that in this time human society had built itself up to be so strong in belief of its own invincibility that they simply did not and could not have anticipated the severity of the warp storms or how they would debilitate the trade and support systems that they had been relying upon. Human history is littered with examples of sheer arrogance outweighing logic and reason, as well as blindly staring down dangerous facts in favour of belief in our own self-importance. The lack of planning,
I like how Warhammer hits that note.
Infrastructure across human systems was an acute example of human arrogance. It would now seem as well
Human
that
beings
whatever
are arrogant.
protected human psyches from demonic possession would now end. It's my speculation that, as previously stated, the Emperor was what provided this shielding, even though it was not known to humanity at this time. For he knew the power, importance and value of human psyches in the dark times that would lie ahead. Without this bubble of protection that had invisibly existed prior to this time, humanity's weak psyches would be consumed,
I'm just
possessed,
prepping this
and
with
go
a
completely
fan
insane,
yellow.
causing chaos among isolated, colonized worlds. This period of complete anarchy would last for some 5,000 years, and during this time many colonies would forget their family out in the galaxy, as well as losing vast amounts of technology and knowledge. Only fragments of the glory of humanity would remain, preserved on the advanced worlds who were capable to survive this dark time. By the 28th millennium, almost all traces of civilization on Earth were gone. Instead, techno-barbarians battled one another over the scraps of the ancient human race. Mars, however, was one of the few worlds to undergo a different process. After a brief period of anarchy, the tech priests of the cult Mechanicus emerged victorious over the Psyker mutants, and then unified their homeworld. The priests visited Earth, but upon seeing its barren destruction, wrote it off as unsalvageable. They used any titans they had to help them in the future reunification of man. They would also be one of the few worlds to reach out and recolonize planets in this time. Using their knowledge of the warp, they chose moments of calm amid the storms of the time in the warp to travel through and establish new forge worlds. These were replicas of the
makes
tech world
sense.
of Mars and enabled them to continue support and recovery of the technology of man, as well as production of munitions and simpler war machines. But for humanity, its golden age was over. This dark age of technology had fallen apart catastrophically. Many of the weapons that once served mankind brought us to near destruction and turned lush garden worlds into irradiated deserts. Mechanical factory worlds into dystopian nightmares, beautifully advanced and artistic colonies turned into barbaric, nightmarish hells devoid of all morality. The age of strife was upon mankind, and only the further darkness of the future lay ahead.
Man,
Roughly
humanity
5,000
fell off
years
a
later,
fucking
in the
cliff.
period of millennium 30 to 31,
Jesus.
human society had reached a state of pitiful decay after cannibalizing itself for millennia. The Eldar had also reached the peak of their social decay, and so heralded the agonizing birth of the chaos god Slanesh, who would consume the majority of their population in one cataclysmic event that brought Eldar society to the brink of extinction. This horrific event, though, would have a positive outcome for mankind. It consumed all of that stored turbulent warp energy, so after thousands of years of instability, the warp returned to relative calm. Interstellar communication and travel would once again be possible for the civilization of mankind.
Mankind for the fucking dub.
So the age of strife was coming to an end, but before we move forward, we need to move back some 2,000 years to M28 to M30. Humanity had now come close.
There's a reason Warhammer made an entirely new
so many
genre of dystopia called Grim Dark.
Starvation, chaos, anarchy. Now was the time. This would be the time where the mysterious and powerful Psyker who had wandered amongst humanity for thousands of years would come to the fore to lead humanity from an edge of unsalvageable darkness back into the light and resume their place as a meaningful power in the galaxy. Earth had by now been reduced to a chemically irradiated barren wasteland, its population slaughtered, and all that remained were degenerate feral nomads fighting for irrelevant territories.
I feel like that would actually happen.
And cyber-augmented techno-barbarians who lived for nothing other than to fight, created in the cradle of world-ending war. Frail empires would rise and disintegrate as quickly and forgettably as they had risen. No tribal faction had enough power or resources to make any meaningful stand, and so it went on, pathetic fighting over the remnants of a ravaged world.
So Mad Max,
Out of this seemingly endless horror came a single man, a warlord like no other. His title in these early days is unknown, but we would know who he would rise to become: the Emperor of Man. He would first conquer and then rebuild humanity, leading it into the light, saving it from itself to form his autocracy, known as the Imperium of Mankind. Unlike so many before him, though, he had power not only as an unstoppable warrior, but in many other traits such as rational thinking, tactics, philosophy, economics, compassion, foresight, and perhaps most importantly, a genius of science, everything and more that would be required for a supreme leader. The
Yeah,
Emperor
I was gonna say this thing was
not
just
for selfish
hindsight.
personal gain or bloodlust of war, like all the other scattered remnants of humanity left on Earth. He had selfless, higher goals to restore humanity spiritually, intellectually, and physically, to revert us to a time of strength and prosperity. These were the years of the Unification Wars. The Emperor had long held a facility deep in a range of mountains.
Bro, I always wonder how them dudes fought in that big ass armor,
his most
bro.
significant stronghold and would later become the Imperial Palace. Here he experimented with genetics as well as
But that shit
developing and
look
constructing
goofy
weapons
big.
and armor for his warriors. In
Man,
the
that's as
earliest days,
big as
he
some
would physically and
football pads
genetically
from like the
augment
80s.
some of the most powerful barbarians. These humanoids would become known as the Thunder Warriors. The very first of their kind and the most basic template for what would eventually become the Imperial Space Marines, the Astartes, the greatest warriors in the galaxy. Under unsurmountable pressure from the Emperor's army of Thunder Warriors, the barbaric factions fell quickly, and humanity was united on Old Earth for the first time in centuries. This, however, would come at a terrible cost for the Thunder Warriors themselves, and is one of the least known.
Well, we don't know how he
darkest
actually looks like.
events for
Oh,
mankind. In order to unify Earth and bring humanity back on the path of advancement and strength, the Emperor had found it necessary to in part cleanse the savagery that had grown.
yeah, I noticed that. I thought they
planet.
showed his face.
This sadly meant the
Yes,
death
no.
of many arguable innocents during the Unification Wars, as well as the eradication of the last remaining religious church on Earth, known as the Church of the Lightning Stone. The Emperor is known to have personally spoken to the last remaining priest before bringing in his new age of enforced secular rationalism and the ideology known as the Imperial Truth. This essentially tells that humanity are now those destined to be the rulers of the galaxy. The Eldar had their chance and failed, and now humanity are the best set to take their place as the dominant force. This ideology would soon be brought to all the scattered worlds of humanity in the long crusade that was yet to come.
Oh boy, I swear, this is going to be a process.
The last battle of the Unification Wars takes place on Mount Ararat. This siege to cleanse the last of the techno-barbarians from the ruined wastes on Earth and finally bring it back to a time of peace and growth was said to be so brutal that waves of Thunder Warriors fell against the rocks in resistance, were slain to a single man, the legendary warrior Arik Taranis, the Lightning Bearer. He would raise the banner of lightning to mark the end of the Unification Wars, setting in place the rule of the Emperor of Man, before he too would fall to fatal wounds suffered in this battle of legend. As with many things, the official version is not the end of the story. The actuality of the event was darker and far more sinister. The Emperor knew that in order to restore peace, growth, and a sense of civilization to his new and expanding empire, he would require a more stable and balanced force than the Thunder Warriors, who were essentially just adept brutes recruited from the wasteland, albeit clad in the earliest Imperial armor. In a necessary betrayal, the Emperor
They were a
realized that
little bit
to safeguard
liberal with these
what he had
colors
achieved,
on the
his army of
shoes.
barbaric fighters could not exist past this time. It is believed that he actually ordered the many Thunder Warriors who had survived the final battle to be slaughtered by his elite guard, and possibly even some of the early proto-Astartes, who were at this time far advanced beyond most of his standard force. This terrible secret has been concealed from the people of the Imperium for more than 10,000 years, and were it ever to be revealed, the consequences could be unimaginably disastrous. The Emperor, though, saw this necessary evil had to come to pass for the greater good, a sacrifice of the few to save the many who would come. The Thunder Warriors were built for war, and war alone, and would not be able to adapt to a time of peace, and could even have turned a vital tool into a dangerous,
Where I feel like that
unstable
yellow
threat
isn't
that could
sticking the way I
unbalance all
wanted to,
that
but I'm going to
achieved.
trust it.
In order for the
That
next stage
gold
of
can
his
pop.
march,
I'm
he
going to
also
trust it.
required that humanity rally behind him as the sole and most powerful force. The slaughter of the Thunder Warriors was not the last act of betrayal, though, by the Emperor. He would then take the necessary glory that he had near single-handedly reunified Terra. This distortion of the truth, while hugely distasteful, does appear largely necessary to reunite the whole of humanity and create the most powerful civilization in the galaxy. Nonetheless, should the truth ever arise, it would at best split apart the Imperium and at worst destroy it. These choices by the Emperor are important to remember in the context of his character, as it can
I really
lead
want to
to
make the
certain
chainsaw
logical
gold.
speculations regarding future
But I know
events.
that's not the move.
Some Thunder Warriors, though, would find fate on their side and escape this mass killing and live on as homeless unknowns, seeking out a miserable existence.
He has
in
yellow as a
society.
bitch to deal with.
Honors forgotten, their
Fuck,
deeds
did I really
meaningless,
get it on
all the
there?
while fearing
This is just my
constant
base
discovery
coat for
from the
my
Imperium and
gold.
certain death. This heartless betrayal
So I
was
really
surely
need to
one
know
of
it's
the darkest periods in Imperial history.
highlighting and
They were
hitting.
never hunted, though, in any significant way. The Emperor believed them all dead, and besides, they were far more important tasks at hand, as the Emperor now gathered a team of gene wrights salvaged from the few remaining humans on Earth. These were men with practical knowledge of genetics to aid in his development of the new Astartes project. Those Thunder Warriors who did escape were not like the Astartes of the 41st millennium. They were genetically unstable, and most significantly, they only had a minimally extended mortality beyond that of a regular human, unlike the Space Marines who can live on for thousands of years. The Emperor had been working for decades on his Astartes project, deep within his mountain facility. Here he would create the vital foundations that would springboard humanity into a new age. His experiments would create the 20 Space Marine legions known as the Legiones Astartes, as well as 20 Primarchs to lead
We'll
each
have to
legion.
figure
These
this out.
20 supreme leaders of the soon-to-come Space
We're
Marine
gonna-
legions were crafted by the Emperor
I'm gonna
using
kind of get a
samples
little
of his own
free
arcane genetic code as the base.
on her leg
It's obviously
here.
unknown the depth of which the Emperor used his own DNA to create the Primarchs, but later findings through ancient Imperial records do hint that he spliced multiple DNA types together, even going so far as to introduce some animal DNA into the Primarchs. And this would explain why some,
I'm gonna
such
do
as
that.
Lehman Russ,
I'm gonna be
displayed the
ambitious. I'm gonna
wolf-like
do the
qualities,
Enterprise
and why these
leg.
would then become present
That
throughout
gun
the Space
metal.
Wolves Legion and Chapter. It's difficult to speculate on the Emperor's true goals here, and even if he was successful in the mixing of DNA in this way, it seems highly experimental, and perhaps he himself was not sure of the final result. This period of intelligent design was hasty and somewhat improvised given the dire situation facing mankind. It needed to repopulate its military power in order to springboard and take stage fights forward to reconquer the colonies. Another point of speculation is
Here we
how
go.
closely
That's
the
a little
Primarchs
bit.
were imbued with spiritual elements and others
So
such as
easy.
unnaturally skillful charisma and so on. Still though, in creating the Primarchs and even taking small elements of the Emperor's
This
DNA,
other
they
leg
imbued
here.
them with these demi-godlike characteristics. It also explains why at
Ooh,
this
I don't know
time
if I
the barely
can.
known forces of chaos would seek out and scatter the developing
That's
Primarchs
not
before
part of the
the Emperor's
leg.
plans could grow into fruition. Little is known of this Primarch scattering event, but it has been suggested that the dawning forces of chaos felt this expanding power from humanity to threaten them, and in
I
an
want
effort to
to
slow or
look at
negate it,
this.
they reached out into the mortal world to seize and scatter the fetal Primarchs across the galaxy. Each world they found themselves on would surely in time come to realize that they were
Okay,
far
yeah, this
from
Vitalic's
normal,
gonna
often finding themselves
explode.
as a natural leader in command
Now
of the
metallic
systems
goes up,
that would become
it's on.
their home. Later the Emperor would one by one discover and reunite the Primarchs with their legions, establishing one of the most powerful military forces the galaxy had ever seen. The Thunder Warriors, though, were undoubtedly the early prototypes
fire.
for the Astartes project, which subsequently makes
That
their
gold is gonna be
untimely end
nasty.
all the more
Here for it.
tragic, as their sacrifice was so great, yet the memory of them was totally obliterated. The Astartes project would continue in a pragmatic manner. Each of the early legions at this time contained barely a few hundred
I'm right
Marines.
back.
Their equipment was
I'm
lightweight
drinking
and
a
somewhat
couple of now.
improvised by comparison to later standards. They trained their minds and bodies to be the will, might, and rule of the Emperor. Time would pass and their numbers grew. Each legion was divided not only for organizational reasons, but also for practical reasons. Because of their adapted genetics that were drawn from the Primarchs, some carried traits and psychological behaviors which would not have been found comfortable comparison with their sibling legions. This segregation also allowed them to focus their bond to their brothers in their own legion, creating a near unbreakable kinship between Astartes. If the newly created Astartes would be the Emperor's scalpel, his gleaming pinnacle of human achievement, then the Thunder Warriors were certainly a mace used to bludgeon the remnants of humanity back into submission. The Thunder Warriors were genetically stronger though, tougher, and could even be stronger in battle than the newly created Astartes, which is something people often forget. They were a rough, brutal instrument, but ultimately a temporary solution to a violent problem. The Space Marines would serve not only as a weapon, but as beacons to mankind, a glimmer of what humanity could hope to be. The dark times to come, however, would show that this was a misplaced belief, that while the Space Marines were created to represent the pinnacle of human development, they ultimately proved as susceptible to the basic flaws of mankind as any other mortal. The Emperor's campaign on Earth would now come to a close. He began establishing the fundamental elements of a civilized, modernized society in government administration, economy, and infrastructure. An important figure in this process was a man known as Malkador, the Sigillite. He had a vast knowledge of such matters and carried himself with the bearing of a priest. He was appointed to run the courts and palaces of the new empire, the right-hand man of the emperor. Earth would turn from a place of desolation and horror to one of active production, rebuilding, and planning. Some might call it coincidentally convenient, but at this time a vast shockwave would travel through the galaxy, the birth of Slaanesh. Humanity would have no idea of the significance of this, only that it cleared the storms from the warp that had isolated and ruined humanity's gloriously technologically advanced empire. Again though, we could speculate that the Emperor had foreseen these events and the necessity of preparing Earth for this time. On Mars, the humans of the cult Mechanicus, that is those who worship machines, would become aware of this unification of Earth, as information through distant communication and physical observations. They viewed this new emperor as a man in alignment with their own agenda. Mars, during the Dark Age of technology, had been a planet.
Yeah, I missed a whole bunch of stuff.
A powerhouse
What I missed, chat?
for this age, consolidating
I don't know
ships
what I
and
missed.
weapons, including the vast Titans, hundreds of feet tall, gigantic bipedal war machines whose very presence could end conflicts before they began. Since the end of this age, cults had risen across the Mars, and the most prevalent of these was the Mechanicus, whose ideology included the veneration and acquisition of these ancient but highly advanced technologies from the period known as the Dark Age of technology. During the period of isolation known as the Age of Strife, Mars had undergone a similar societal collapse comparable to that of Earth. With all trade cut off, they had insufficient water and food to supply the populace. A civil war would follow, as well as the collapse of some planetary infrastructures that shielded their little remaining hydroponics and food production systems. This would lead to a further collapse of the already fragile supporting systems. The Techs, an established Mechanicum, decided the best way to survive this apocalypse would be to retreat into underground bunkers which had been mined out, creating vast cities below the
Too much to explain.
Little is known at this time, but evidently prior to their seclusion, the Mechanicum Techs were a cult who would bear a respect and drive to recover, protect and utilize the lost technologies of mankind. Upon their rise from the subterranean depths, they had in this time translated this over into a complete faith. The tech priests of the Mechanicum, along with their troops, would very quickly subdue
since the gold is only 2 tones, and I don't
begin the process of rebuilding and redeveloping Mars to be completely self-sufficient.
I gotta get the sign.
This,
Oh
in
man.
combination with their access to some of the most powerful war machines ever forged in the galaxy, would without doubt leave the Mechanicus in a position of some power. To the cult of Mechanicus, who are now becoming aware of this emperor figure who had surfaced on Terra, a man of science and technology, this was
I got 60 colors and none of them quite pop like that.
And some tech priests on Mars even began to suggest that the emperor was a man of such power as to rival their own machine god and fulfill an ancient prophecy in their faith of techno-mysticism. Debates raged on Mars between the priesthood regarding how to treat this new development. All the while, the emperor bearing his
Miles,
power
what
of immense
brand of
foresight
paint do you use, by the way? I'm going to ask you that.
and he slowly and steadily would begin to
I'm
craft
using Art
his
Me.
plans
Art Me's pretty
accordingly.
solid.
Plans for a crusade on a galactic scale never before seen. Its purpose? To locate the lost Primarchs, to reunite the territories of humanity, forge a new imperial empire, and thrust the Imperium of Man into a position of complete dominance and power throughout the galaxy. The Emperor's plan was one of absolute submission. Anyone who stood against the Imperial truth would be cleansed and destroyed. The Mechanicum of Mars were one of the few exceptions. The Emperor knew that any battle to try and claim dominance over the cult Mechanicum would be hugely counterproductive. Even if he could claim victory over them, the cost to his new Astartes force would be severe and unjustified. So he planned instead to offer a rare alliance with the Council of Tech Priests. In offering them assistance in their own goals and acquisitions of new and lost tech throughout the galaxy, they would provide support, construction of war gear, and tech to Imperial forces.
Citadel color war paint. I keep hearing Citadel color. Citadel, I've heard of.
State of semi-independence within the Imperium.
The Citadel is sitting out of my price range.
The Emperor would also provide a new group of navigators to enable the Mechanicum to travel through the warp again in search of fabled STC units. All of this suited the Mechanicum and Imperium in a symbiotic relationship, and an alliance was
created.
created.
Throw a little red on the back of the neck. Oh, the army paint. Oh, that army paint was out of my price range too. I'm like, fuck that. I might not even like paint. You know, I'm not gonna drop $100 and something bucks on that
And
shit.
so we reach the beginning of Millennium 31. With Mars now allied to the Emperor's Imperium, the Legionis Astartes war machine had significantly expanded. The Mechanicum would provide the battle barges needed to transport the Space Marines throughout the galaxy. They also brought to the table the Titans, some of the most powerful war machines ever created. Their very presence on approaching a humanoid system would often be enough
cheap
to
for what you
prevent
get, yeah.
conflict. The
Is it,
shock
I mean,
of
I
facing
see a
such
lot of people
incomprehensible
swear by
opponents
army paint,
quickly
so
lead a populace to understand they had no hope of preventing.
I mean,
Imperial
Army still gave
expeditionary
me
forces
60 colors, and I'm pretty confident in them. So
The crusade would initially be led by the Emperor himself, as he commanded a
I
massive
actually might re-up and get a
Astartes.
second batch if I end up
As
getting
the
more
crusade
paint in the
gathered
future,
pace
which
and Primarchs
undoubtedly I
would
will.
These expeditionary fleets would number in the thousands.
It's good for miniatures, word.
Before we talk
That's
about
how I
the
feel
crusade
about the
itself,
paint
though,
markers, the
which I
AK
have
paint
tried to
markers I
prevent as
got.
much as possible,
Like, I
I
feel like
want
it's
first to
really
talk
good for
briefly on the
obvious.
Astartes or Space Marines.
Painting stuff as big as this
Now,
is
a
like,
regular misconception about
I
Space
don't think
Marines
so.
is that because they
Probably
wear
ran out of
near
paint by now.
identical armor and were originally produced via a variation of cloning, or at least grown in a lab,
Haven't used
they
it yet.
somehow have no personality or little differentiation between them. It is also often assumed that Space Marines will blindly follow
That's
any
what's up,
commands
though.
given to the letter, no matter the consequences. After all, they are the
I've used the
superior,
paint markers. They're pretty
unquestioning
good for
warriors in the universe,
small
right?
shit.
Both of these myths
Like getting
is
eyes and
fundamentally
small
wrong.
facial
Each
details,
Space
stuff like
Marine
that.
is an individual
But because I
person with
dry
their own
brush and that paint
character,
goes on
traits,
wet, the
features,
contrast and the
personal
look between it is so different.
There are many documented events in which these human
different.
elements would have a role to play in subsequent
Probably
events.
I'm gonna have to use a paint
Space
marker to
Marines,
get the inside
although
of the visor, because that
superhuman, are
visor,
still human,
oh,
and
that's
as
way
such, the
too-
Emperor deemed it necessary to have a senior
especially
position
for a
with whom
paintbrush.
Astartes could use as a point of reference to discuss matters of morality, to understand their purpose, their mission, and sometimes to give guidance beyond purely military matters during the Crusade and the expeditionary forces. Enter the Iterators.
The
Imperial
Itillated.
Iterators
Sound like
were the most
Italians.
persuasive of public speakers. They are masters of manipulating a crowd's opinion, and Iterators would counsel also Marines as they voyaged through the galaxy. But their role went beyond this and was critical at the inception of the Great Crusade. They were placed among the expeditionary forces
Get
to
on there,
aid
yellow.
in reuniting humanity and turning lost human civilizations to the Imperial cause. The Emperor appointed them to spread the Imperial truth. Truths such as the rejection of religious faith to enforce secular rule, and unnecessary wasteful squabbling over power and resources. These were all seen as significantly counterproductive and opposite to the objectives of the Imperium. The first Primarch to be reunited with the Imperial fleet was Horus of the Lunar Wolves. He greatly admired the Iterators' work, so much so that he asked them to also tutor his captains and legionnaires. Horus believed that once the crusade was complete,
Check my
there would be an end
gold.
to the war, and that the
I got the
Astartes would first need
shoes.
to find a peacetime vocation. The most famous iterator during the Great Crusade was primary iterator
Okay. We're doing pretty good.
Horus's flagship.
And maybe
Iterators are seen as the precursors to Imperial Guard commissars.
5 hours
and
into this job so far.
chaplains.
Maybe 6.
The iterators and then later
I
the
did
chaplains
stop
are an example
earlier.
of the more human
It's about
services
2 hours
required
in.
by Space Marines. Documented records have shown that they have been regularly known to question ethics, purpose, and even their own morality, despite an Astartes essentially being immortal. They are destined to die in battle, as that is their true purpose. And despite this predefined fate, they are far from the emotionless drones that some would assume. They are a living embodiment of humanity, a distillation of spirit and mind. The Emperor's Great Crusade to reunify humanity had begun in earnest. This was an operation on a truly epic scale. Millions of troops, tens of thousands of ships forged by the Mars Mechanicum. This would be humanity's defining moment, to reach out and forge the greatest empire in the galaxy.
So,
The Imperial forces
got my gold
comprised
highlights
soldiers,
laid down.
naval officers, and most importantly, the Astartes legions. They were configured and divided into expeditionary fleets supported by...
These are my
all manner of
yellow
commanders,
highlights, that's a shame.
transports,
So,
scout teams,
bleh,
archers,
word
and so
should
on.
say.
Commanded by the Emperor and his war council, but also by
Black
individuals placed in
Gun
charge of these expeditions.
Ray is going to be the toughest bear.
Remember, these
But I do
forces
need to start
were
on
as
that.
much exploratory as they were tasked.
I'm going to hit
with
this gold so that way I have some
a
highlights.
great deal of time had
I
passed
might go
between
ahead
strife
and
as well
tap
as
the red with the
incalculable
metallic
quantities of
too.
data had been lost in the
Just so I can go ahead and have
The
that out of the
Imperial
way.
forces simply didn't know exactly where all the
This is
colonies
turning
were,
into a 9 to
nor their
5. This is a
status.
job.
Had they been destroyed in civil war, alien genocide, or perhaps the opposite and expanded to a degree where they would not need aid but instead submission? All of these were unknowns. Many locations could be estimated as to whether or not they had been colonized in the
Get
past.
some gold in here.
The Mechanicum could provide some information from past scripture as to where human colonies had been located, although more importantly, they wanted to know where we could find ancient and undiscovered technology. The expeditionary fleet would even initiate a search on the basis of myths and rumour. No stone was to be left unturned in the search for the lost civilizations of mankind. Before they embarked on their journey though, one other important task was required. Although the warp storms had
I'm
subsided,
going to use the
allowing travel
exact
once
same
again
paintbrush. I'm not even going to change it or clean it.
navigator class from the past that would guide ships through the warp. This system, though,
I
was
want this
far
gold and this
from
yellow to
perfect,
kind of
and the
mix a little
Emperor
bit
had
in the
it to plan.
brush.
On Earth, the
As
Emperor
much as they
ordered the
can, at
construction
least.
of the Great Astronomicon.
So I'm going to come back and
Mars
mix these
drafted in
colors
to aid in this
immediately.
project, and its purpose would be to enable the Emperor to guide, oversee, and command his vast fleet, all from Terra. It created a system for him to focus, amplify, and broadcast psychic signals and energy. It would stand as an unchanging marker, a lighthouse for the navigators, a point of reference around which they could plan all their travels. This certainly was an important factor in the success of the Crusade, as it enabled the navigators to travel through the warp in great leaps and faster than they ever had done before. In addition to this, the Emperor
I'm
also
actually brush
created
clean over there
astropaths.
just
These were
for.
powerful psychers whose sole task would be in relaying communications from the fleet and later
Just
the
for my
establishment of the
metallic
Imperial
red.
Council on Terra.
I do want to go ahead and get that going
The
too.
astropaths would become the only communication link between Terra and the distant colonies. However, as with the Eldar, the risk of possession to the astropaths by warp demons consuming the psychers and thereby enabling them to travel into the material world was one that the Emperor was all too aware of, especially after his primarchs had been scattered throughout the galaxy. To this end, the astropaths would undergo an extreme and harsh process of toughening against the threat of warp entities. The Emperor himself would manipulate and reform their mind into a protective vessel, making them nearly immune to risks.
Oh, the way this gold and this yellow.
Was agonizing and extremely dangerous. Many psychers were killed in the process. Or
And
went
that
to
metallic
the
just
same. Even if they
really,
survived the process, a universal effect
really
would
gets the
see
job
their
done, dude.
nerves become damaged beyond repair. This meant all
The
astropaths
metallic
are
gets
blind.
job done
Perspective, though,
every
this was a
single
necessary
time.
consequence as they continued to be an integral part of Imperial infrastructure. The Crusades had begun, and alongside Space Marines were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Imperial
It
troops,
literally
humans who were
immediately
salvaged
pops up
from
off
the
the
aftermath
screen.
of terror and structured into an effective, albeit expendable, fighting force. This Imperial Guard was strengthened and resupplied as they
Oh, well,
reconnected
you
and
can't see it
conquered
now,
lost
wow.
colonies. A secondary benefit was that in drafting local military forces into the expeditionary force,
Well, my
they removed
lighting
the ability
sucks.
to rebel effectively against the newly
You guys
created
cannot
Imperial
see this the way I
outposts
can
on
see
each
it.
planet.
This gold
Also, in these early days, taxes
is
and
really
tribute to
punching.
the Imperium were not strictly required, but Imperial commanders stationed on new colonies of the Imperium would often require supplies for the continuing crusade. Many systems and colonies would need help
Probably should have
rebuilding or
went
periods
other
after
shade.
generations
There's
of
shade.
schooling by iterators to bring them in line and around to the Imperial truth and loyalty to the Imperium. Some worlds, though, who were self-sufficient had survived intact and would even welcome the arriving Imperial forces
I actually
with
wanted dark
open
and
arms
faded
as
yellow, but I actually
long-awaited
wanted yellow
brothers,
to show up.
glorious celebrations and immediate support, much to the satisfaction and pride of the expeditionary forces who were all too happy to welcome their brothers back to the Imperium. Such events were a blessing to behold, though, as many worlds were either barren wastes long since destroyed, with only ruined remains to prove that anyone had ever existed there, or they were found to be locked in brutally tyrannical dictatorships and required sometimes days, often weeks of orbital and ground assault to subdue and conquer these false dictators. Religious doctrine and faith were especially highlighted to be crushed on all worlds. The Emperor would never allow these practices to infringe or threaten the Imperium, as he was partly responsible and had even seen the effects these caused on humanity millennia ago in the first age of mankind. The Emperor also made an important choice that upon arrival to new worlds, any psychers discovered were told to expect transport back to Terra, courtesy of secretive black ships. Here, they would be tested on their journey back to Earth to their limit. They would endure nightmarish examination, some dying from the trials or executed for being just too unstable. Others, though, ended up completely losing their minds in the process of these harsh examinations. The fate of these individuals was at the time unknown. It later transpired that if they were proven strong and capable enough in manipulating their psychic power, they would become stock for creating new astropaths by the Emperor. Any younger but highly powerful psychers were subsequently distributed to some of the Space Marine legions who had begun a Librarius program, creating special Astartes.
You know what? I'm
capable
gonna
of
stick
wielding
with that
immense
theme.
psychic power.
Even
Others,
this
though,
yellow
disappeared
dark.
from record entirely, leading to supposition of secret organizations who even today are not fully disclosed. The Crusade
I
continued
can
for
always put a
centuries,
third
stretching
cool
out
on
across
this
the
and make it
galaxy.
darker if I really
Finally,
want.
the Primarchs were reunited with their legions and were duly given positions on the Crusade and Imperial War Council. The Primarch figures, though, were not suited to this level of administration. They were at their best out among their Marines leading campaigns. So it fell to the administrators of man to run the day-to-day Crusade infrastructure. One important figure arises again, that of Malcador the Sigillite. He would become a keystone in the execution of the Crusade and one of the most loyal and valuable members of the Imperial Council.
What I want to do is, hang on, I want to see how this metallic red
if
is
anything,
going
that
to
could
fade
threaten,
with
damage,
this
or
yellow.
destabilize the glory and power of the now
And how this color going to sit side by side.
The Crusade had in fact been so
And then I get
successful
a
that after
chance for that
chain of
yellow
impressive
to
victories, the Emperor decided he
kind of
could
dry
afford
itself
to
out
continue managing his plans there
before I
and
start
work on
going
new secret projects.
back and forth,
Primarchs were
color
surely
to color.
more than
The
capable of
yellow's
finishing
still
the
a
now simple
little bit
task
damp in
of
certain
scouting and
spots.
securing any fringe
So let's
colonies,
swap out our
bringing the
ground
Crusade to a
boards and let's get
successful
our
conclusion.
metallic
After a
now.
specifically great victory on Ulanor, the Emperor selected the first Primarch and commander of the Lunar Wolves, known as Horus Lupercal, and bestowed upon him the title of War Master. This title established him as a leader of the Imperial military forces in lieu.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys
and
have
all other
seen
Primarchs
this
of the
yet.
Imperial forces would follow the War Master's
This
commands
metallic.
as if they were the Emperor's.
Oh,
Not all the other Primarchs seemed to be entirely comfortable, not only with this decision, but
the
also with the Emperor's choice to leave them and return to
is
Terra.
lighting it. He never
Considering
gonna
their
do it
strength of
justice.
character, this seems somewhat surprising, but if anything it shows
Never
that
do
their
it
bond they
justice.
shared with the Emperor was perhaps not rock solid, and some of them felt bewildered he
And
should
you need
choose
some
to
lighting to see
on the
this.
fringes of the galaxy when overall victory seems so near and so secure. Horus, whilst being a supreme master of military matters, was also less well known for being exceptionally tactful and charismatic. He would take time to speak to each of his brother Primarchs in turn. Understanding them as he did, he would employ his various skills of perception and charisma to appeal to their individual natures and reassure them that although the Emperor had granted him this glorious honour, it was the Brotherhood together who would achieve the ultimate victory. This helped quell some of the disquiet, but it was not only the Primarchs who felt bemused that the Emperor had abandoned them, and in time, this in combination with other unfortunate events would lead to the darkest of catastrophes. In fact, there have been many examples throughout human history where withholding information would lead to disaster, and this period for humanity
sounds about
was no
right.
exception. The Emperor's decision to not make
I
his
got
Space Marines
freaking
aware of the
underneath
dark forces
thumbnail.
of chaos
Damn.
for their own benefit. In fact, even to this day,
Oh, that's
the
not
vast
cool at
majority
all.
of the Imperial citizenship lives blissfully unaware of the
Okay,
darkness
okay.
that lies in the
There's
immaterial.
only glitter.
The Emperor's precise reasons for this are not crystal clear. Perhaps he felt that humans were too easily
Yeah, well,
persuaded or tempted by
Now
the
I'm gonna
promises
start
of
laying down
great
into
evil power.
metallic red,
But
see if I can
whatever
get
the
some
reason,
pop
the
and
consequences for the Primarchs
shine.
and Space Marines to not be able to see this danger, as well as the Imperium, would be disastrous. The Astartes legions had encountered vague clues and shrouded warnings on some lost human worlds they encountered, whispers in the wind, apparent possession of marines. Horus and his Lunar Wolves discovered direct evidence of some dark force when they encountered a lost but highly advanced human colony known as the Interrex in the later stages of the Expeditionary Crusade. As the fleet travelled to the Interrex homeworld, they engaged in extended peaceful negotiations. Again, this was an example of the Space Marines and notably Horus not giving preference to immediate combat, but in choosing a peaceful option. If this was viable to them, it was always preferable. Their mission of Imperial Truth was without question. It was the only resolution that would ever be acceptable to the fleet though. Now during this encounter, Garviel Loken, who was the Lunar Wolves' 10th captain and a member of the Mournival was a close and under Imperial rule illegal clique of brothers, but one which Horus had allowed to exist so as to help advise him on matters of importance. Loken was among the War Master's party when they attended a reception with these Interrex during the
Shit.
one of the Interrex guard who admitted that the Interrex had learned to tread carefully with any newcomers to
I
their
was
people.
trying to
because they
turn that
feared
up a little
the
bit.
taint of chaos with a K on these newcomers. It becomes apparent that the Interrex colony had made dealings with the Xenos race
How
the
bright
Elder
that red's
during the
gonna
Age of
be.
Strife, and the Interrex explain how it is
Gold,
their
this
understanding
metallic.
from what they could discern from the Elder that chaos is a threat like no other, that it would not appear brutal or blunt at first, but subtly. They feared chaos deceptively approaching their space, posing as a friend, seeking to bleed its way into their confidences and then destroy them mercilessly from the inside out. Loken was shaken at these unknown revelations, and the War Master Horus would later assure him that there is no fundamental evil in the galaxy, and that is the end of the matter. But the seeds of suspicion are planted. Loken cannot shake this feeling that something, somewhere, is wrong. But before he'd have any opportunity to follow up and explore these doubts, a break-in occurs in one of the Interrex's most sacred museums, and a highly advanced blade known as an anatheme is stolen. At this time, despite Horus's pleas for restraint, negotiations would now collapse, and the Lunar
Don't
Wolves and the
know
advanced Interrex would fall into all-out conflict.
how well is it gonna
The Space
shine
Marines, of course,
through.
are ultimately victorious over the Interrex, but it's a victory Horus takes no pleasure in, as it's born out of misunderstanding and was a tragic, unnecessary conflict. These events, though, would become just a singular fragment in a deteriorating pattern of troubles that would haunt and gesticulate within Horus, as well as his unease then irradiating out into his brother Primarchs.
I
Mournival,
crossed that
his
red a
and other
little bit.
legions.
Must have read enough.
Unbeknownst to Horus, a sequence of events had been now initiated, and
Like,
their
I
cascade could not be
get
prevented.
that to really
So why are
shine
these
through.
events so important? Well, for one, it gives
Sucks
more
to
insight
ask.
into the fact that at the time, it seems barely any Space Marines at any level of rank had any knowledge of chaos.
Just a little
And if
bit.
they
There
did,
it is.
It was only the vaguest
Trying to
of
see some of
information,
that
the kind that could easily be
gold
brushed off by speaking
picking
to, say,
up.
some iterators. They had no idea about the true nature or capabilities of the malevolent force known as chaos.
It's finally
By
starting to show
comparison,
some color.
the Emperor understood All too well, the Dark Forces.
Yeah, I don't have
very
anything to really
recently
make it pop like it is on screen.
and consumed so many human colonies throughout the age of
That's
his
such a
life.
vibrant set of
It seems
colors. I
strange
love it.
that he would choose not to gift his Astartes, and more importantly, his Primarchs, with this information, so that they could
One
better
second, I
protect
get this pen on my
against
hands.
darkness.
I'm
But
gonna
perhaps
something.
he feared that knowledge of the warp entities would do more harm than good, instead choosing ignorance as the best policy. However, a combination of time, doubt, rejection, jealousy, and greed brewing in corners of the Astartes legions would prove this to be an unwise decision.
Oh yeah, damn, autoplay isn't on. Fuck. Such a pleb. I was such a pleb. I forgot to. Alright. Let's get this metallic red down. I'm gonna post some pictures on my page later on. You can actually see it because I swear my lighting is not doing this any type of justice. Okay, I'm gonna start hitting the major parts, the big parts. The really big parts. I'm just wet enough. First, got enough on it. Don't think it do. I don't believe it will. It's not. That's why surprised what worse can actually be. That's better. That's more like the red I'm looking for.
The 31st millennium of man would be one of the darkest and most destructive humanity had faced. It would bring the newly established Imperium to its knees and deal wounds so severe it would never truly recover. I need to say that this section of Imperial lore is vastly complex and heavily documented. Bearing that in mind, I'll be covering it in a briefer fashion, as specific events can be looked at later in time. However, the 31st millennium is one of the most important periods, as it deals with the fall of humanity as a truly dominant power and the inception of the Imperium that would exist into the 41st millennium. The Horus Heresy. This was essentially a mutiny by several Primarchs and their Space Marine legions, a betrayal against the Emperor and the Imperium instigated by the War Master Horus Lupercal. Now, considering how much is written about these events, it actually takes place over a very short timescale in the general scheme of events in 40k, lasting for only about 7 years. As I already outlined, this rebellion ultimately was orchestrated by, at this time, the unknown forces of chaos. Yet there were many secondary factors, and arguably, even without the
Like it, but
chaos,
it's still doesn't quite
possible
pop.
that these events could have taken place
Like I'm
without
used to.
dark suggestions from the warp,
I see
albeit
it.
likely to a lesser extent. The Emperor's return to Terra to establish new projects that, for whatever reason, he was unwilling to also share with even Horus or any of the Primarchs, left them feeling set aside and cast out from his circle of trust. This would lead to feelings of resent or in some outright anger and disgust. This was less though about ego or pride than it was trust, although there's no doubt these emotions were an element in play. Primarchs, despite their demigod-like stature and ability, were fundamentally human at the core. It was more about their deep connection to the Emperor, and perhaps that they saw themselves not as equal, but at least on a similar level to him. His retreat to Earth and abandonment of them at this juncture certainly left them feeling consigned to the rest of humanity. These feelings were surely only fragments of doubt, not an outright stab to the heart, but nonetheless the seeds of mistrust were sown, and those chinks in the armour of the Imperium were exactly what the dark warp entities of chaos looked for. Another factor in the resentment and frustration felt by the Primarchs and some higher officers in Space Marine legions would be the Council of Terror. This was a governing body charged with the administration and infrastructure control of the Crusade and Imperium as a whole. It was controversial among the Astartes as it comprised an all-human council. Primarchs and Space Marines alike were not given permission to sit with the Terror Council. Their role was for that of war, and all military matters were handled by the War Master. One of the most primary council members was the previously mentioned Malcador the Sigillite. Malcador was no simple man, he was a psyker of immense power,
you guys can actually see it in person.
To reach out into the vast realms of space. He was a close aide to the Emperor during Earth's unification wars, and is said to have formed the Administratum of Terror. So he is no mere administrator, but a vastly important figure, as important in fact as any Primarch. Some of the Emperor's sons, though, did not feel that the Imperium should be run by human bureaucrats, and so the Council of Terror would become another chip on the shoulder and a contributing factor to heresy. One last and specific act, though, would turn at least one Primarch away from the Emperor and continue to raise doubts in others: the disciplining of Lorgar. Lorgar was the Primarch of the Word-Bearers, or as they often referred to themselves, the Bearers of the Word. The word referred to is the Emperor's word. However, the Word-Bearers were almost fundamentalist in their beliefs. Lorgar believed with every fibre that the Emperor himself was a divine being, one true god of mankind. They believed this to the core and preached it across their homeworld as well as any they encountered during the expeditionary crusades. But the Emperor had long since outlawed any concept of belief and religion, imposing a strictly secular rule of law in the Imperial Truth to create a constructively rationalist society. For the longest time, though, these religious emanations were suspected and tolerated by the Imperial Council, and even to an extent by the Emperor. Eventually, however, the Word-Bearers came under closer scrutiny by the simple fact that by comparison to other legions they were unbearably slow with their conquest rate during the Crusade. An investigation fleet was sent by the Imperial Council to establish what was causing this slow progress. On arrival in some of the conquered worlds of the Word-Bearers, they found their answer. To the fleet commander's horror, they had discovered that the Word-Bearers had been spending years indoctrinating and converting the worlds to the illegal and false faith of the Imperium. This was a tediously slow process and took significantly longer than usual conquests, as was often so bloody due to the worlds initially resisting having an enforced faith. This egregious practice was considered an abject failure of duty by the Imperium and the Emperor himself. Worse still, it came to light that the Word-Bearers had been employing a standard practice to execute those who did not renounce their faith and accept that of the Imperium and Emperor as the divine faith, which only served to pour more fuel onto the flames of outrage. The Emperor was absolutely enraged by this notion that he should be worshipped as a god, and the actions of the Word-Bearers in his name, slaughtering those who refused to accept the Emperor's divinity, stank of the religious excesses that had so often poisoned human history, and the Emperor had witnessed firsthand throughout the ages. So the word-bearers had not only broken his principal rules, but also wasted vast amounts of time and resources. All the worlds they had brought into the Imperium had to be purged in an extremely traumatic process, wasting more lives and more resources. To balance these incomprehensible actions,
Damn, bro.
would publicly
Nigga,
humiliate
religion
Lorgar.
that tore down humanity.
To publicly reprimand a Primarch in front of his Space Marines and even present humans was an unprecedented act, and it cut Lorgar to the core. In one encounter, his faith was publicly ripped from him by the Emperor, and all the worlds they had conquered were to be purged. Lorgar was beside himself, as were all the word-bearers, to not only have their faith burned away, but to also know that all their years of efforts counted for naught was an unbearable burden to carry.
And that red
It
started
is
to
said that
pop.
the Emperor did not want to break and ruin the word-bearers or Lorgar. He was not vindictive in that way. He wanted to merely set
This is
them back on the path to being an effective force for the Imperium and mankind. To cure this corruption, the Emperor turned to the glorious Ultramarines and
I love the way the red
known
shine.
for his exceptional tact
Oh,
and
that red
unflinching
action's starting to
loyalty
show up
the
now.
Emperor. The Ultramarines were the word-bearers' mirror and shadow.
Oh, it's
alike,
going to
in
be
so many ways
painstakingly
different in so many
brutal, but
others. A living
I can see the
example of
vision.
what word-bearers had the potential to be. The Emperor ordered a task force comprised of Ultramarines, his elite personal bodyguards, and the Imperial Council Regent Malcador the Sigillite. Their mission? To raise the capital city of the planet Kerr to the ground. A planet of high importance to the word-bearers, who considered its capital, Monarchia, the perfect city because of the citizens' intense religious devotion and the sheer number of cathedrals and monuments dedicated to the worship of the Emperor as the god of humanity. Following a temporary mass evacuation of bewildered human citizens who could not understand what crime they had committed, sent out distress signals to the word-bearers, who they considered to be angels. The Ultramarines, though, continued their mission and engaged in the orbital destruction of Monarchia.
red on
The
this.
Word-Bearers Legion arrived to answer the distress calls of the
Wait,
planet, only to find to their utter confusion the Ultramarines in orbit. The Word-Bearers were ordered to assemble planet-side. 100,000 Marines were ordered within sight of the smouldering raised ruins of Monarchia, where the Emperor himself stood. The Word-Bearers were forced, along with all others in attendance, including Lorgar, to kneel before him in the ashes of the city, which stood for all they had believed and done in the name of the Emperor and the Imperium. He explained to them in no uncertain terms that they had failed in duty, that their efforts had been futile, and wasted beliefs were an abhorrence. He was no god, no angel, no divine being, but a man. No such belief would be permitted in his Imperium. The Emperor departed, leaving a
Emperor's kind of sound like he wants to be God, though.
humbled. Lorgar was physically and psychologically numbed by the Emperor's actions. The razing of the city of Monarchia was a trauma almost too great for many of the word-bearers to cope with, and had it not been for their strength of genetics, they would have likely been mass suicides and insanity. Lorgar himself, though, fell into a deep melancholy that would burn harder and brighter within him as days turned to weeks, turned to months. Why is this sequence of events so important? In the future years of the Imperium, it was said that all that would later come to pass was born in this microcosm, that the mission and humiliation carried out here would be recalled as the catalyst of a galactic civil war. The ruination of the word-bearers is critical in understanding the next sequence of events. They were left reeling from the events on Kerr, as well as the ritual humiliation and destruction of the Legion's
so
faith.
much more to
The fate
paint.
of the word-bearers at this time is sketchy due to the destructive nature of this period and the events to follow. But it is known that they disappeared for a time, seemingly lost in a whirlwind of confusion, disillusionment, and even rage. The Emperor's hope that they would be set straight on the path of the Imperial truth was flawed, and their resentment hugely underestimated. Instead, they withdrew, wandering the galaxy.
No, they're going
waiting
to come
for
back
a light
bigger,
of
better,
clarity
madder
to
than
guide
ever.
them. It seems likely that Lorgar's fall began after Monarchia, that the dark powers of the warp reached out to him in his despair and offered him that which the Emperor had denied him, a divine power to believe in. It is not known whom these voices that counselled him were. It's possible, but
I
entirely
said I come
speculative.
back and touch
As
the
with
gold.
Horus later, some of his closest
Really want to get
officers,
these
such as
red
Erebus,
first.
the word-bearer's first chaplain, would be the first to be corrupted and then begin the spread of darkness. What is certain, though, is that when the word-bearers reappeared to rejoin the Great Imperial Crusade, they appeared to be refocused as the Emperor had hoped. But this was far from the truth. The word-bearers now no longer served the Emperor or humanity, and were the very first Space Marine Legion to fall to the darkness of chaos. The war between humanity and chaos would still not come until more of the Emperor's crusading forces had been seeded with dark betrayal. Horus Lupercal, favourite of the Emperor, War Master of the Crusade, would become the apex of these events. The real treachery would begin on a small planet named Davin. This world had been easily absorbed into the Imperium by Horus and his legion, the Lunar Wolves, some 60 years previously. The warrior people living there quickly realised they were outclassed and bowed to the powers of the Imperium. Horus was impressed with their realism, honour and strength. Spending time there, the Lunar Wolves brought away from Davin the concept of the Warrior Lodge, a close clique of senior brothers who would share their knowledge and opinions evenly without rank obstruction. The concept of lodges, guilds or clans within a legion or imperial force
You
was
are
strictly
slowly
outlawed by the
building
Emperor
this
as something
red.
which could brew dangerous opinions and
Slowly
dissent,
building this
as
red.
evidently turned out to be the case. Horus decided that he knew better. Now, Erebus, the aforementioned first chaplain of the Word-Bearers, was at this point fully corrupted by chaos. He reported to the Lunar Wolves that Commander Temba, the governor of Davin, and his forces had turned renegade and dug themselves into a fortress on Davin's moon.
Yeah, we're
Horus
finally getting
led
the
an
red's
assault
finally
to
starting to
clear the
pop
moon
up.
and extract Temba personally. On the surface, his forces were confronted by the foul, reanimated remains of Temba's outpost, who had evidently succumbed to the chaos plague of Nurgle's rot.
I'm probably not going to finish this bad boy tonight, but I'm going to get as
Human
much as
form.
it's done as humanly
Horus
possible.
slew the grossly altered Temba
This is not
personally,
even as
but
big
long
as for
before Temba
Runa.
managed to strike a blow to
It
Horus
sure as fuck's
using
going to take about the same amount of time.
the anatheme. The anatheme, you will recall, was the highly advanced blade stolen decades previous.
Swear, I keep getting so close to breaking that damn
as the Interex.
weapon.
The weapons appeared to be semi-sentient, as the Interex claimed the weapons could be instructed to recognize a particular person, which gave them the ability to mortally wound that person. The Interex did not know how to produce these weapons, but had confiscated them from a Xenos race known as the Kinebrak. It seems clear that Erebus orchestrated the whole sequence of events on Davin's moon, and potentially worse, had already been corrupted by chaos even prior to his theft of the anatheme from the Interex years before. The distorted, chaos-riddled Temba had been instructed to speak Horus Lupercal's name to the blade. This
I kind of want to do
striking
two passes
the
over
greatest
this
monarch
ring.
of the Imperium. It would wound him
I
in such a
really
way
do.
as to be beyond even his demigod-like powers of healing. The fate of the anatheme would still have importance in the years to come. Horus
I
was
might
taken back to his
just
ship, the Vengeful Spirit, where apothecaries frustratingly
give it a little
determined
bit
his
of.
wound could not be healed naturally or otherwise. Horus's Mournival, his lodge of closest officers, took him in their despair to the Serpent Lodge on Davin, where Erebus assured them he knew how to heal the War Master in a special spiritual ceremony. This was, of course, all part of Erebus's plan. During this ritual, Horus's spirit would be transferred into the warp along with Erebus, disguised as one of the War Master's closest friends, Hastur Sejanus, captain of the 4th Company. This out-of-body experience showed Horus a terrifying vision of the future, which unbeknownst to him were caused by his very actions, bringing the Imperium into an age of repressive, violent and superstitious regime where the Emperor and some of the most loyal Primarchs were worshipped as divine beings by the fanatical and ignorant masses of humanity. The Chaos Gods portrayed themselves as the victims of the Emperor's psychic might, who had been suppressed throughout the ages and had no interest themselves in controlling the material world. Horus already having grown jealous and deeply resentful of the perceived poor treatment at the hands of the Emperor, and was one of many of the Astartes legions afraid of the concept of a peace wherein all for which they had fought would be turned over to weak-willed mortal men, whilst his legions were cast aside and left as peacekeepers without a purpose. These were the Emperor's wishes. For you see, the Astartes were always a tool to save humanity and bring power back to mankind, not just to subjugate it. Horus, in his weakened and embittered state, was very suggestible and would accept this twisted and misunderstood prophecy. But there was one thing Erebus had not counted on. Horus's brother, Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Sons, a legion and chapter who had widely embraced psychers and their unique powers, had continued to study the forbidden arts of warp manipulation and sorcerous powers. The cyclopean giant Magnus appeared within Horus's vision, revealing Erebus's true identity and begging Horus not to fall in to the temptations of chaos. It was all in vain though. Horus had by now already decided that if anyone deserved to be worshipped as a god, then it was he. The godlike warp demons of chaos healed Horus's wounds and between them made a deal. In exchange for the immense power he would gain, as well as ruling power over the mortal galaxy, he would deliver to them the Emperor, who the dark chaos gods feared most, as they knew he alone stood with enough power to potentially destroy them. Although Horus had always been an immensely skillful military leader, his true genius was in the manipulation of others. This was often remarked upon by his brother Primarchs, Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists once noting to Garviel Loken, who you remember was the Lunar Wolves captain and a member of the Mournival, that Horus had Loken put forward a campaign of war so his character would be more well known as a peacemaker than a warmonger. Dawn said, "You understand what Horus had you do this morning. He had primed the Mournival to back him, Loken. He is cultivating the air of a peacemaker, for that plays well across the worlds of the Imperium. This morning he wanted someone other than himself to suggest unleashing the legions for war." This skill of manipulation would be especially important now. It was one thing for the Chaos Aberrations to turn a few men and even a Primarch, but to turn legions and still more Primarchs, the strongest and most loyal of the Emperor's forces to Chaos? How would this be possible? Well, it would in part because Horus did not declare himself outright as a disciple of Chaos, nor would he follow immediately the darkest of their practices. As had been the case until now, the game being played was one of subtlety and deception.
Showing up a lot better.
Horus began implementing
That
throughout the
secondary
legions the
camo.
concept of the Mournival, that he had allowed first within the Lunar Wolves. The Mournival Lodge enabled officers to group together in secret and lay the seeds of discontent and mutiny. Horus would also capitalize on the current negative feelings among some of his fellow
I need a little bit more red. I get the other blue.
disillusionment among some of the legions.
This one red.
Morgar and the Word Bearers had already
Red
turned
bag
to chaos
back here.
following their world-shattering humiliation by the Emperor.
I had to
Would engage in
easily go through here and
Astartes,
get the
Imperial
gray.
troops, and even
Which
several
I'm probably
masked
gonna
Titan
stay for
legions,
tomorrow's
with the
stream.
principal concept that
Holy shit.
Horus now perceived the Emperor, powerful as he was, did not deserve the unreserved praise and recognition of the human race. More
I gotta get the
Astartes
rest of
legions
the
would
hit
now
line.
join the traitors,
Axe.
Aeron and the World Eaters, Mortarion and his Death Guard, Fulgrim and the Emperor's children were among the first to side with the
And I
warmongers.
still gotta get the base.
Others would later fall, including the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Alpha Legion, and lastly, the Thousand Sons. It had become clear that the Primarchs were far from the perfect demigod-like human form they were perceived to be. Although technically each Primarch was physically and mentally godlike compared to a standard human, they still bore all of humanity's virtues as well as their flaws such as ego, greed, envy, arrogance, rage, and more besides. These superhuman warriors were meant to be the saviors of mankind, but
That
instead
stuff. This
they could be the downfall
ain't this
of
one.
everything
This
that had
one.
been salvaged and achieved.
This one's just so
The
stuffed.
Thousand Sons Legion would be a particularly tragic story. Their Primarch Magnus
Really
the Red,
stuff.
remember, had attempted to prevent Horus from falling to darkness whilst experiencing his out-of-body experience to the warp on Davin. Magnus and the Thousand Sons Legion had begun to use psychic powers and warp sorcery as part of their legion's general practices. This was actually outlawed by the Emperor, who was cautious of using psychic power in only controlled services. It's surprising they chose this path to break with Imperial law. However, it seems that they actually bore a natural affinity for such practices, and as with many things, likely started out small before becoming more widespread. In time, many Space Marine legions
Okay,
and
but it's
chapters
still coming
would
along.
use
It's still coming
sanctioned
along.
psychers
The
as a
red's
new
still
identity
fired.
branch of the forces, but in these early days, there was no regulation or established command. As a consequence, many
I
of the
could leave
Thousand
these
Sons
2
Marines
quotes down. They
would
will
suffer
be fired, but
whole-body
still.
deterioration, as they would eventually become
Detail.
consumed by the
Detail,
warp powers
detail,
unable
detail,
to
detail.
control or prevent this. It was for this reason that Magnus the Red was
Details.
able to travel into the warp and see Horus
Gotta
in the
keep
most
it-
dire of situations. Magnus, after this incident, was so grief-stricken that rather than physically travel to Earth and speak to the Emperor, which now in hindsight would have been the far better choice, he chose to use his psychic power
Okay.
to reach out and
Can I
speak
get
to
a
the Emperor
bag
himself at
of
the Imperial Palace on
hilt
Terra.
here? This will never
This
sound
would
even
shatter
down.
all the psychic wards the Emperor had placed on the palace and severely damage the project being secretly worked on by the Emperor. This itself was connected to the psychic paths of the webway, the gateways used by the Eldar, and previously the Old Ones. This choice by Magnus was catastrophic and a rash miscalculation. His psychic assault on the Imperial Palace, his panic and frustration and anger and trauma gave free rein to the warp and its evil inhabitants to invade Terra. Millions of psychers died instantly as their attuned minds were burned out or demons tore them apart. Warp storms consumed entire settlements, shockwaves flattened structures around the world. Having strictly outlawed Magnus's use of sorcery and refusing to believe that Horus, his most trusted son, would betray him, the Emperor concluded wrongly for the traitor to be Magnus and the Thousand Sons. This error would be yet another travesty of judgment among the many during this whole sorry period. The Emperor ordered Leman Russ and his Space Wolves to engage and destroy Magnus and the Thousand Sons. But Magnus, now defeated physically and mentally, cast out by his father, they were turned away from the Imperium and into traps to entice them into the darkness of chaos. Horus was all too aware that there were some Primarchs and Legions too loyalist to ever be persuaded away from the Imperium, such as the Imperial Fists, Ultramarines, Blood, and Dark Angels. Horus
The
would
rear of this
instead
thing is
send
really
his legions
beaten out.
far away to the far reaches of the Empire on missions designed to keep
But
it
the
busy.
stuffiness
while the
kind of
traitors
had some
descend
character
on
to
Earth
it.
to destroy the Imperium, and most critically, the Emperor
And that looks
himself.
good.
As we outlined earlier, there would now take place many events which would lead some further astray and for the Emperor to become more aware that something was extremely wrong
Like
in the
that.
Imperium. These can be covered in more detail later. Magnus of the Thousand Sons was for the Emperor, as far
We
as he
gotta
was
get the
aware,
gold.
a lone corruptor.
We gotta at least get
distorted by
the
his
red
unlicensed
metallic and the
use of
gold
warp.
metallic down.
This, of course, was
That's the goal.
sadly
That's the
extreme
plan.
opposite of the actual situation, but the extreme destruction and loss of life on Earth after it had been contained, as well as the damage to the Emperor's ongoing Gateway project, would be enough to cloud his judgment. Horus, though, would now move up to expand upon the early seeds of betrayal in the following campaigns of the Isstvan system.
Oh, I still gotta get this
Horus
boot. Let me
would
go ahead and do
order the
that.
virus bombing of Isstvan III, a planet that had declared itself separate from the Imperium. Many loyalist marines from traitor legions were actually planetside when Horus and the orbital navy performed exterminatus on the planet, killing all 12 billion inhabitants, including the space marines from multiple legions. Horus watched from orbit, declaring, "Let the galaxy burn."
You said let the world burn.
The virus bombs laid waste to the planet, devouring any organic material they encountered, disintegrating humans and seeping into the suits and armor of any Astartes. The storms of the virus raged until the planet was nothing more than a barren desert. The few remaining loyalist space marines would eventually be butchered by their brothers until Horus ordered an orbital bombardment until nothing remained alive on the surface of Isfahan 3. Enter Captain Garrow of the 7th Company Death Guard Legion. Nathaniel Garrow is one of my favourite heroes of the Horus Heresy and perhaps all of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, namely because he was fundamentally responsible for saving the Imperium. His unwavering loyalty and strength of character, which apparently went beyond even some of the Primarchs. He is also a legendary character of the age because of what he would become later after the period of heresy, but again, that is another story.
You almost done, babe?
Garrow bore witness to the massacre on Isfahan 3 and was quick to understand the real horror not only of this specific event but what was happening at large. Realizing that he would have to escape not only the fleet of the War Master,
This is fire.
previously the Lunar Wolves,
We're
and the
slowly
Emperor's
coming
children,
together.
but also his own legion. They would make a warp jump aboard an old fleet ship, the Eisenstein. Without having time to chart its route or destination, this left them then marooned, as well as being subject to multiple attacks from the warp by the dark forces of chaos and the specific deity Nurgle, who had corrupted and mutated his own Death Guard legion. Despite all this, they survived and proceeded to detonate their ship's core in the vain hope of attracting a ship to come and rescue them. Luckily for the crew, they succeeded, and the vessel approaching turned out to be an Imperial Fists Astartes barge containing none other than the Primarch Rogol Dorn himself. Trying to convince Dorn of Horus and the other legion's betrayal, though, was a near impossible task. The suggestion sent him into such a fit of rage he nearly executed Garrow on the spot, and would have been doomed to failure were it not for the Remembrancers. The Remembrancers were an order of historians, journalists and civilians from Earth at the time who were sent along with the expeditionary fleets of the Great Crusade. Their function was to chronicle deeds, events and generally record the history so that we could then hold that for the future Imperium of Man. Remembrancers were generally seen as very reliable sources of information, especially those who had any psychic capabilities if they were psychers, and could actually record information simply by visualizing that, by seeing it. And when Rogol Dorn could actually see the events that had unfolded, he had no choice but to accept them. Returning to Terra, Dorn would speak to the Emperor, and finally the betrayal and heresy would come into the light. Garrow, though, in immense frustration, despite all his efforts, was not able to speak to the Emperor himself, but was stationed on the lunar colony along with the remaining loyalist Death Guard.
I'm fuck with it. I'm kind of getting it.
The Imperial forces on Earth considered their presence too dangerous to allow them to roam freely. Horus Lupercal had now extinguished the last shred of the 3 legions under his command, who were now complete in their misguided transition to chaos. His next target in the campaign was Isfahan 5. Here,
I really wish I could have got an accurate to the picture.
The Emperor,
Really don't have that bright of a color set.
Rage at the actions of Horus, commanded 7 legions of Astartes to attack and subdue the traitors, and subsequently return them to Terra to face their actions. However, unbeknownst to the Emperor, at least half of these legions had already been deceived and strayed from loyalty to the Imperium. They had not yet made their stance clear, but represented a dangerous deception to the Imperium. The first wave of attacks to Isfahan 5 were carried out by the Loyalist legions, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard, and the Iron Hands. Horus had already been passed information of their landing sites, and this would cost them horrific losses at this initial contact. Worse would come though. The 4 remaining legions to attack were no longer loyal to the Imperium. The Night Lords, Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, and Alpha Legion descended to attack in a brutal combined assault, slaughtering the remnants of the 3 Imperial legions. This event would be known from here on as the Isfahan 5 Drop Site Massacre. Things looked dark for the Imperium. The strongest legions were still tasked to the fringes of the galaxy, and there seemed little to stand between Horus and his now 7-strong fleet of Astartes legions. Not to mention the further forces of corrupted Imperial Navy, the victorious Dark Mechanicum, who were fighting the Schism of Mars, a civil war between factions on Mars loyal to the Imperium and Horus, and now successfully they had won their campaign there. The traitor legions on Horus would assault and destroy many loyal Imperial bastions as they travelled towards Terra, taking years to do so in the process. By now, the War Master had amassed a massive army comprising multiple groups including Titans, Astartes and advanced war gear, corrupted Imperial forces and even cultists from worlds who could spread discord and disrupt Imperial worlds through terrorism or cult activity. The Wordbearers especially revelled in this, often finding that their worlds, previously they converted to the divinity of the Emperor, were more than willing, within a fairly short space of time, to worship them again as gods or angels, and were a great asset to factor into their battle tactics and use where appropriate these expendable, gullible souls to support their forces.
This red is a lot more.
Fortunately for the Imperium, one thing was slowing down Horus and his
I'm
legions.
not bad. It's actually going up really
Despite
good.
acquiring a massive force,
Just a
Horus
quick
found
update.
he
I
was
really
unable
want to
to
hit
move
that
it efficiently
gold.
around, given the limitations of the
That way that
vessels
gold
in his
actually
fleet,
shows up.
wasted by the loyalist side some time. There is one other unmentioned force Horus found available to him, that of the warp demons themselves. However,
Heresy,
interestingly,
listen,
this time,
man.
despite many Space Marine legions pledging themselves to Horus,
Listening
and
to the
Chaos,
Lord,
they
the
still
word of
view
the
these
Emperor?
creatures
No, come
as
on.
dangerous warp phenomena and opposite to their principles. This shows that at the time it's believable that many of the Space Marines
Yeah,
were
let's
going
explain
to
how
Horus,
it's heresy.
perhaps not entirely aware of what it was they were signing up for, and had perceived this more as a political
I feel like I'm doing
element to
the
impose
good
a new
work.
order to the Imperium, rather than the truth of the matter, which was that they were in fact surrendering it to a true fall into a hellish reality and a foul
I
darkness
feel like
that
this
claimed to
paintbrush
envelop
is
them all.
shrinking.
This would also be in part down to the previous decisions to instigate a rule of ignorance over such matters, meaning many Astartes warriors genuinely had no real knowledge of what chaos was or what it represented. Although it has to be said that this was rapidly changing and faster among some legions than others. Matters overall were made worse by the sheer amount of confusion reigning at this time. The warp had been disturbed, making warp travel again difficult. As outlined, this was both
I feel like I'm doing anything but heresy right now.
It also made communication difficult, meaning some worlds could not be warned, and meant that many did not know the truth of the matter or who indeed they could trust. Rogel Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, had been stationed on Terra for some years now after his return with Nathaniel Garrow, and barely rested in his activities to prepare an insurmountable defense of Terra. However, his task was made
your
all
boy
the more
back
difficult
hurting
by
right now.
warp storms which prevented ease of reinforcement as well as communication. In addition, Mars now failed to repel the Dark Mechanicum and had fallen to the War Master's forces, and as such had to be continually blockaded and prevented from launching its own attacks to Earth. As far as the Emperor, Malkador and Imperial Fists were concerned, the spearhead on Isfahan V had been a catastrophic failure. Other legions, such as the Ultramarines, were now completely isolated and out of contact, and so they could do nothing but watch the galaxy burn around them as Horus
Just toss all my knives. Listen, bro.
saw the virus bombing of Isfahan III. Despite this period often being
I don't know if you hit what you're aiming for, but
Death Guard against Blood Angels
luck
and
with
so
that.
on, it was far more chaotic than this.
Damn, bro, I really hate I don't have the
it was not
lighting in my
simple as
office. I don't know why it's so
declaring
fucking dark in here
Legion
today.
is now under my command.
Hey, $300 on Japanese
comprised
precision bleeds.
Thousands of Space Marines, and they would
Just
rarely
finna
be all
same
stationed in
$300
one
and get you a
location at
figurine, my
once.
boy.
Consequently, this fragmentation
Get you
meant
a
that many
custom
returned from
made,
stationing elsewhere
you
to
know.
find to their horror the truth of the matter. As outlined previously,
custom
although
made,
Space
hand
Marines can
painted.
often appear to be mechanical machines of war,
Jimmy
they are
Jam
just
here.
as complex as any human in their thoughts, decisions, and moralities. Hence,
Hell,
why
I
it was
made
so
this figurine from
necessary to
Fanart.
slaughter so many loyalists from the legions he would call his own on Isfahan III. This meant that many smaller groups of Marines, when returning to communication with their legion, would either meet a bloody fate at the hands of their brothers should they refuse to convert to the War Master's cause, or instead
They're
would
really
fall
throwing
and
knives.
form fragmented groups of rare
Nice
Marines
knives.
known
Listen,
as Black Shields. Now, just to diverge very quickly, black
That
shields
other
are
bull,
a
I got
rare
the back
form
of that
Astartes who have fully
blade.
severed themselves from their parent legion or chapter, but who still
Oh, I didn't
remain
get the
loyal
back
to
of
the
that.
Imperium.
Yeah.
In this early time, however, only some of the Marines would obscure their shoulder plates. Others would wear their legion colours and heraldry, proudly believing themselves to be the purest warriors, uncorrupted by the darkness and the last remnants of their previous but now ruined glory. Later in time, though, all these rogue Astartes would black out their armour to remain anonymous, as their legion loyalty became a deep
I'm getting
shame
super old,
and
man. I've been
irrelevant
sitting
to
here
their
painting for
personal
like 6
missions.
hours.
Black
Great,
Shield
my
Space
back is
Marines
like, no
would later
more.
become the fabled Death Watch Marines, who dedicate themselves to endlessly battling Xenos using unorthodox methods and allying with fellow Black Shields whose prior Legion heritage is irrelevant and often best unspoken of. It is uncommon for the Black Shield to reveal more than bare details other than his name, basic training experiences, and so on. They fight in the name of the Imperium but remain in a state of self-imposed exile. The Death Watch Black Shield Marines would also fight in a manner
My back says no more, so I letting the homies
they
take
would
back.
willingly sacrifice themselves when necessary
Listen,
or take on
man.
objectives that others would consider a death sentence.
You gotta take
In many
breaks,
ways,
bro.
their lives seem to be a form of penance, carrying the shame and weight of sin thrown down by their legions upon their shoulders, but all the while remaining staunchly loyal to the Emperor.
Tap out, dog.
Horus
Like,
continued
once
his
a week.
unending campaign of betrayal now in a bizarre parody of the Imperial Crusade.
Ooh.
Each world
Okay,
over
I
which the
still gotta
Warmaster's
get the
shadow fell,
red.
a simple choice was given: total
Back of the
submission,
hands, I'm gonna
surrender,
get that
or
before I
total
forget.
destruction, and a lifetime of slavery, and ultimately a miserable death. This campaign
And last but not least, I'm gonna hit these
fear-mongering and compliance
golds.
for sibling worlds in a given system. For any world
I'll
marked
leave
for
best I
destruction and
can.
genocide was never fully extinguished in this manner. It would conveniently allow those survivors who had not simply lost their
Sure
minds
thing.
from
Is there
witnessing
anything
the
else that
horrors
needs to be
unleashed by the
read?
Dark
No.
Astartes could convey their experience to other
There's a few
neighboring
things that
worlds,
need to be
and
punched with
thereby
yellow one
ensuring their
more
near
time.
immediate surrender to the War Master's fleet. In this sense, these near total annihilation attacks on planets by the
I really
War
hate this
Master
model
were
just
not
came out so
true
scuffed.
exterminatus, as was seen on Isfahan 3.
Really like
Rather,
it.
they were clever and brutal propaganda
But it's so damn
that yet again
scuffed.
demonstrate Horus's adept ability in the art of war he had perfected through the
Oh,
years
damn
of the
scuffed.
Imperial Crusades. By now, some 9 of the 20 Space Marine legions were under the command of Horus. An interesting but specifically relevant aside to this is to mention the 2nd and 11th
I feel like
Space
it's
Marine
biblically
legions.
accurate, though.
They would have all records of their existence destroyed, and no history or explanation given as to their origin, actions, or fate.
Oh,
The
back
complete
of the
and
hand.
utter
Shit.
erasure of all
Finally.
records of the 2nd and 11th Legions is considered by Imperial historians as the most successful edict of obliteration ever carried out. However, fragments of
Yeah.
information do
Back
exist
of
through
both
quoted
hands.
literature or documents,
Come
and it
back.
seems that these two legions'
Hit it
records
with the
were eradicated prior to the
Not like
Horus heresy.
an
There's
hour
no
from
way of
our
knowing for
Ravens
sure
go.
what happened to
and
the
play.
erased two legions, but it
Probably
seems
get their asses
likely
beat
they
by the
were
Packers.
precursors to the events.
God
of
knows we chose the
heresy.
wrong season to suck.
The Primarch of the Space Wolves, Lehman Russ, is recorded as stating that Space Marines had been previously tasked with fighting one another when speaking to Caspar Horsaw, who questioned him. The unprecedented, like Astartes fighting Astartes,
Back in his hands
like the
real
route
quick.
being
It's like a
caused to sanction
small,
another legion.
small
That-
patch. You know, a whole lot I gotta
No.
get.
That is not unprecedented. This gives credence to the possibility that the Space Wolves are
Really
the
should do this in
Emperor's
black.
Execution Legion, as they would be later tasked with the destruction of the Thousand Suns and
I
Magnus the
got
Red.
it.
Another quote stated that the wolves will be loosed again. This small
Yeah, I
fragment
could've did that
suggests
black
it is
and
not the
really just
first
got away
time
with
there
that.
was such a mission. Malkador the Sigillite and Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists would also shed some fragmented light on this history. Malkador would say, Horus has 3 of his brother legions with him. You have your fists and 13 others. Would that it were 15, mused Dawn. Do not even think it, my friend, warned Malkador. They are lost to us forever. I know, said Dawn. A conversation between Primarch Rogel Dawn and Malcador the Sigillite, and this leads us to speculate that a great darkness
bit more
caused them
red,
to be
a
lost
little bit more
prior
color
to
on.
heresy. But the most telling of all would be part of Horus's vision during his out-of-body experience on Davin, where he would have, among other delusions,
Yeah, I swear to
reminiscences
God, I
back in time to the
crashed this
DNA laboratories
brush.
of the Emperor. We know that the warp creatures had originally scattered
Pretty
the
sure I
Primarchs,
trashed
so
this
it seems
brush.
entirely likely that this vision was at least in part accurate. Horus would describe that. He stopped by the tank with 11 stenciled upon it. The 11th Primarch, feeling the untapped glories that might have lain ahead for what grew within, but knowing that they would never come to pass. This could suggest that Chaos wanted to demonstrate to Horus that he was not the first
What
to
the
be
hell?
corrupted, and that where
Oh, hang
previously
on.
they had failed and subsequently were destroyed by the Emperor, he would succeed. These glimpses are interesting, but do beg the question, if such a fate had befallen the 2nd and 11th Legions, why was the Emperor not more cautious to allow such darkness to encroach and infect his Astartes again? On the other hand, perhaps it was precisely these earlier corruptions which led the Emperor to his course of outlawing knowledge of chaos, the old adage of what you don't know can't hurt you. Additionally, perhaps the fact that if indeed these two now erased legions were corrupted and then crushed by
bad,
the
y'all.
Space Wolves, could this have
Oh,
lulled
damn,
the
other one's
Emperor
going off.
into a false sense of security,
My girlfriend's,
believing any form
yeah.
of corruptions to
I'm
be
feeling for
also
her.
surmountable?
Hot
We could
flush.
speculate that the Chaos
I
Gods
was like, what the
perhaps
fuck is that?
allowed these legions to be destroyed prior to the Horus Heresy so as to deliberately misdirect the Emperor into believing them to be weaker or less capable a force than they actually were. There is no definitive answer
Oh,
to
the
this
gold, the
supposition,
gold, the
but
gold, the
possibilities and
gold, the gold.
ramifications are particularly
Gold.
intriguing. Whatever
Lord
the
God,
reasons
the
for these
gold.
prior events and the consequences they would
I'm
carry,
giving that brush a
one thing
break.
is
Who
now
needs
certain.
it?
Horus's fleet seemed
That poor thing is like
unstoppable as it
on life
approached
support.
Terra.
Is basically
Rogel
dead.
Dawn and Malcador the Sigillite were
Definitely gonna have to
received
order me
with
some
fragmented
paintbrushes
survivors
next week.
in the Isfahan 5 massacre at this time,
Still
began to
gotta do
realise
flesh
the
tape.
grim reality
Flesh for the
of what they were
legs.
facing.
I do
They
that.
hurriedly attempted to contact the Space Wolves and White Scars, who, as they were about to return to
I get
Terra,
her
were
legs
now
right
engaged by
too.
the traitors of the Alpha Legion.
Swap.
This made retreat difficult, but the White Scars were able to break free to return to Terra, with the Wolves
my
vowing to follow them
gold.
on once they had eradicated the Alpha Legion's force. The Ultramarines similarly had been engaged on the planet of Kalth against the Wordbearers. Robert Gilliman and the Ultramarines received reinforcements
Really
from
want to
their
make sure I
vast
get this
legion
gold
to
on
form
here
one of the
right.
greatest forces in the Imperium now left standing, and they would repel the shattered Wordbearers and set course for Terra after receiving their communication from Malcador. However, Gilliman realised all too well they would likely arrive too late to make a significant difference, as had been Horus's original intention on posting them as far from Earth as was possible without it raising suspicion. Now the race was really on, as nearly all the Space Marine legions, loyalist and traitor alike, headed for Holy Terror to determine the final battle for supremacy of the galaxy. Despite all their best efforts, only the White Scars, Blood Angels and Imperial Fists were able to reach Terra before the traitor legions arrived. The loyalists were also supported with 3 Mechanicus Titan legions and millions of Imperial
Let me
Guard
see if
soldiers.
I can actually
Their
get
objective
this.
was less to defeat the traitors. That task was not in anybody's mind. Their sole task was simple and twofold. They must protect the Emperor at all costs, and they must survive long enough for reinforcements from the remaining loyalist legions who were still en route to Terra.
I don't know how well that's
Battle
gonna
of
actually
Terra
show
began
up.
as expected.
Probably
Mass
should have went with a
orbital
darker
bombardments from
shade
both the
and
surface
yellow
to
for a
orbit
big
and
scope.
vice versa. Luna, the Imperial Naval Station, also launched massive attacks with its huge orbital defense system, which sustained the traitors with heavy losses, but sadly not heavy enough to make any significant impact. Horus would destroy first the lunar defenses and then the ground defense systems on Earth. It was now open to attack. The first drop pods landed on Terra, carrying the corrupted hellish Chaos Marines who battled the Loyalists for every step of ground they took. In securing the docking port's planet side, the traitors were able to reinforce with thousands more Marines, along with the corrupted Dark Mechanicum Titans. Cultists also practiced their invocations, which brought demons large and small out from the warp and into reality, unleashing their horrors on the loyalists, both Astartes and Imperial Guard alike. The forces of chaos assaulted the Imperial Palace relentlessly, some being led on by the Primarch, now turned demon Prince Angron of the World Eaters. But each time they attacked, the Blood Angels led by their Primarch Sanguinius would repel them.
Jobs
The
are
White
fucking
Scars
blood
Legion
angels.
attempted to draw the dark forces away from the palace, but each time would be forced into submission, retreating back into the relative shelter of the
I
palace.
don't know how well this gold is showing
Horus,
up.
frustrated at this point, and all too aware he was running out of time, ordered one of the Titan legions to demolish entire sections of the Imperial Wall. Despite grievous losses, the Titans, led by the infamous Imperator-class battle titan
Showing
Disarray,
up.
smashed breaches in the Imperial Palace's defences, which the traitors then flooded through. Jakati Khan,
Hopefully
the
that's
Primarch
showing
of
up
the
pretty
White Scars,
well.
decided at this time on a change in tactic. Instead of trying to repel
That
seemingly
metallic is
endless
not
forces of
shining
Chaos
through the
Marines,
way
he
I'm
swept
used
a
to it
lightning
doing.
bolt to the Lions'
Now, I might have gone
spaceport,
with a too dark of a
catching the
shade.
traitors at the port completely off guard. They were able to
Too
secure
dark
it quickly
shades.
and reactivate the orbital defences, which began immediately destroying all
It's
descending traitor
really not
drop pods and
helping
landing
this pop.
transports. In a single action, they had cut the reinforcements of the traitors in half and dealt a substantial
By the way, Andy Dad,
blow.
Verona was a hit. Your
They
color
also
scheme
tried
did
to
work.
secure the second main port,
So yeah, I do
known
want to
as
give
the
you credit.
Eternity Wall, but were unsuccessful as the Chaos forces had now reinforced their positions.
That low key
Battle
turned
at
into one of my
Green
biggest
Pass was not
TikToks in the
going
last
well
couple of
either,
months.
and the Loyalists had been pushed back to the Eternity Gate, the sole point of entry into the inner
I
sanctum of the Imperial Palace.
forgot.
The Marines, the Blood Angels, and Imperial Fists were to hold back the attacking Chaos forces, while the remaining Loyalists made it through the gate to safety. Sanguinius, the Blood Angels Primarch, would now face a terrifying prospect as he flew against a greater demon of Khorne, clashing together head-on as they battled in the air, flying above the mortal forces in a ferocious and blurring battle of godlike ability. Sanguinius would ultimately be victorious, breaking the demonic creature and throwing its shattered body to the howling heretics below. The Warp Gate project the Emperor had secretly been working on resided in this chamber, and it now risked becoming their undoing. Initially, it required only a small portion of the Emperor's psychic attention, but after the damage wrought by Magnus of the Thousand Suns in attempting to reach the Emperor, it subsequently was damaged so badly that it required a significantly higher proportion of the Emperor's powers to keep it closed. Combined with the fact that the forces of Chaos were fighting to use this portal, it became an immense burden to maintain it safely. The Emperor now called on Malcador the Sigillite, informing him that he was required to take his place on the psychic amplifier known as the Golden Throne. This provided the psychic shielding needed to protect the new human-built sections of the webway, which had been the Emperor's secret project and was intended to be the final gift to humanity before the Horus Heresy had begun. The Emperor's original choice of his replacement on the artifact had been Magnus the Red, but now Malcador was the only legitimate successor, being one of the few human remaining psykers with enough strength to carry out the duty. In the final days of the siege, the Emperor ordered Malcador to summon 12 men of character, skill, and determination. These would be tested and trained to become an elite group of investigators intended to root out treachery across the Imperium and in the centuries to come to prevent any event like the Horus Heresy from occurring again. This would become the earliest stirrings of the Inquisition and also later the highly secretive chapter known as the Grey Knights. The Emperor also told Malcador to steel himself as he would need to prepare to make an unbearable sacrifice. Malcador returned from his mission to recruit the foundation of the Inquisition. Using his powerful psychic subterfuge, Malcador and his new recruits were able to pass unscathed through the battle lines and come before the Emperor within the inner gates of the Imperial Palace. Malcador brought before the Emperor his 12 men to be judged for their suitability, and the Emperor saw that Malcador had chosen wisely. Of the 12,
you boy
4
might
were
have to
mortal
take a
lords and
brizzy
administrators of
bird.
the Imperium,
Holy
possessing
hell.
an inquisitive nature and unyielding strength of mind.
My
And the other
back.
8 were Space
I'm not
Marines,
even kidding.
whose abilities were as
My back
peerless
is
as their
killing me.
dedication to the Emperor. Some Marines were from legions that had abandoned the Emperor in favor of Horus's
A
dark
little
promises, but these
bummed.
battle brothers had never
How
lost
this
their
gold is
staunch
actually
loyalty
coming out.
and had fought the heresy from within in many ways, and they were the truest expression of the Imperium and
I don't
carried
know
an
why
even
this
stronger
came
will
out
than their
gray.
Lord Primarchs.
It's such a weird.
Malcador the Sigillite ascended to the Golden
I
Throne,
laid
replacing
sand
the
yellow
Emperor who
down as
stood
a
before
base
his loyal
coat.
captains, Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists and Sanguinius of the Blood Angels. Malcador could no longer physically speak, his mind consumed by the concentration he had to bring to bear in order to control the tempest of psychic forces consuming him. The Emperor directed the attention of the two Primarchs, the demigods of mankind, to look upon this mere mortal. Malcador, a powerful Psyker, but not an Astartes, not a Primarch, just a man. The Emperor declared to them, "Behold, the greatest sacrifice of our age. Malcador the Sigillite is no more. Henceforth he shall always and only ever be Malcador the hero." Malcador would only
Bro,
be able to
that's ball of
withstand the psychic
Malcador the
assault on
hero.
him for a few hours.
Now forever.
Powerful
That's
as he
gotta
was,
do.
he was but a fraction of the power of the Emperor, and his body, mind, and soul would be consumed in a matter of hours. Malcador the Sigillite was a true hero of humanity, saving it from total destruction on numerous occasions, ultimately sacrificing himself for the will of his friend, the Emperor. After 55 days, the Siege of Terror had kept the enemy at the gates, but only just.
Give me more
Both sides knew the
gold.
defeat of the Imperium was near, and all that was required was the defense or destruction of the Eternity Gate. Horus, knowing this, and that he must complete the siege before the arrival of the Loyalist reinforcements from the other Space Marine legions, prepared to teleport to the surface from his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, to lead this final assault in person. The Wordbearer's first chaplain and prime traitor Erebus broke the news to Horus that their demonic allies in the warp had informed them the Dark Angels
I
and
do
Space
not
legions
know. We got the
now near
willpower to
Terra,
finish
and
this.
the vast force of Ultramarines were only a short distance away by now. Hearing this news, Horus despaired. All seemed lost. He needed more time to break the most
Definitely
secure
get this gold
enclave
on
of the
here at
Imperial
least.
Palace, and the massive Imperial reinforcements were only hours away. Horus decided on a dangerous gamble. Dropping the shields of his flagship, he opened the gateway for the Loyalists to board his vessel. The Emperor would not waste this opportunity and teleported aboard the Vengeful Spirit with his elite personal guard, the Legio Custodes. The Primarch Sanguinius and Rogel Dawn, several companies of Imperial Fists and Blood Angels, veteran Marines in the assault. Finding themselves though scattered now throughout the ship, they fought a series of close-quarter battles against hardened Chaos Marines to reach the bridge of the ship and Horus. Sanguinius, the Blood Angel's Primarch, reached his brother Horus first, and the Warmaster attempted to turn his previously oldest and closest friend, and the other Primarch, to Chaos one last time. When Sanguinius refused
Come
to
together. I
give
can
up,
respect it.
Horus
It's coming
attacked,
together.
wounded from his many battles on
I want to
Terra,
at
and the
least
battle
get
with
this
the Great
portion
Demon,
done.
Sanguinius proved to be easily
I really
no match
do.
for Horus, who was now at the peak of his
Just a
demonic
reminder,
power.
guys, if you hadn't hit the follow button, make sure you do.
Horus strangled to death the angel.
I'm kind of getting into this Warhammer thing.
An alternate version of this
Vanity.
event recorded in the Imperial records has Sanguinius cutting a small hole in Horus's Terminator
I definitely
armor
want to do more
before he died.
on figurines as I
Chink in
learn
the
more and
armor
more about the
would be
lore.
Emperor's battle against Horus. When the Emperor entered the bridge, he saw the winged corpse of the angelic Sanguinius lying at Horus's feet. Horus engaged the Emperor, calling him foolish for refusing the power that Chaos offered. Horus proclaimed that if the Emperor would kneel before him, he would spare his life. The Emperor knew well the ancient trap that had snared Horus, and the Emperor told the corrupted Primarch
See if
that
I
he
can
was the
get this.
deluded slave of Chaos, not its master, for no mortal could ever truly claim to be more than a simple pawn of the ruinous powers. Snarling with frustration, Horus hurled bolts of demonic lightning at the Emperor, who nullified them before they touched him. The Emperor and Horus would engage one another in the throne room of the massive
Almost got it, almost got it.
combat of both physical skill and psychic force in nature. The Emperor was unquestionably the most skilled and powerful warrior, but his love for his sons could not bring himself to bear his full strength against Horus, his first son. The Emperor would deflect multiple barrages with his lightning claw, but Horus was possessed, relentless, and sliced open the Emperor's chest armor. He then proceeded to sever the tendons in the right wrist, disarming the Emperor. An enraged psychic blast from the War Master seared the flesh from the Emperor's face, destroying one of his eyes, tearing the
I think we're doing pretty
right eye from
solid.
his socket. Horus raised his father's broken ragdoll body high over his head to throw him down, breaking his body. The vicious and casual brutality of the War Master's act galvanized
really
the now
hate
broken Emperor
gold
as he
not
awoke to
come
what
through as
awaited
clean
mankind under the rule of Horus
as it
and
should
the
have.
Chaos Gods. Realizing at last that his favored son was wholly lost to the corruption of chaos, the Emperor gathered his full psychic power, bringing it through
Alright, I
his body,
think I'm gonna hit this other
material,
kneecap
unleashing a lance of pure energy
and probably
that
try to
pierced
get these two
the
hips before I
Horus's
call it, because your
psychic
boy
defenses. The
is getting a
Emperor, in
little worn
rage,
down. This
pierced
actually
his
took
very
way
being
longer than I
with
thought it was
psychic
going to.
power. Before Horus died, the Chaos powers would abandon him, and as he looked his father in the eye, shedding a single tear, realizing his unforgivable betrayal, begging his father to forgive him. The Emperor saw regret in his fallen son's eyes, but the Emperor also knew that the Dark Gods could attempt to possess Horus again, and that this time he would not be there to stop them if they did. Forcing all compassion from his mind for the sake of humanity, the Emperor tore his soul apart, not banishing or casting it to some dark realm, but erasing it from reality, destroying Horus utterly. His essence burned from existence in both the physical world and the Immaterium, so that Chaos could not resurrect Horus, their claim on his soul a bitter blow to the Dark Gods, who would scream a terrible psychic scream in their rage and frustration. The destruction of Horus's soul sent a psychic shockwave surging across the solar system, casting the demons of chaos back into the warp, and spreading a mass panic among the traitor legions and other traitor forces on the surface of Terra, who felt in fractions of seconds the weakening power and loss of the chaos mark upon them. It became clear to the traitors their leader had been defeated. In this moment, terrible berserker fury, later to become known as the Black Rage, encompassed the Blood Angels. From the moment of their Primarch Sanguinius' death, they went out surging forth to scatter the attackers, slashing in all directions, howling vengeance upon them. The already retreating traitor legions ran for their lives, screaming in terror from the frenzied Blood
Now
Angels.
they scared.
A screaming retreat soon turned to an apocalyptic bloodbath. Thousands upon thousands of Chaos Space Marines, as well as the Chaos Titans, fell, attempting to flee. Any who fell behind were obliterated by the Blood Angels. Many of them would be later found still wandering around in an insane rage, smashing the broken Chaos Space Marines to pieces with apparently little conscience, thought, or control. The ground before the Imperial Palaces was now awash with blood of traitors and heretics. Meanwhile, the Imperial Fist's Primarch Rogel Dawn finally found his way to the corrupted Starship's bridge, only to discover his brother Sanguinius and the shattered and broken body of the Emperor, who was now, despite his near immortal powers, on the very real verge of death. His remaining psychic energy spent in the defense of the Golden Throne and subsequent battle with Horus. The Emperor whispered instructions to Dawn, ordering him to transport him to the device known as the Golden Throne in the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace. If there was any chance to save the Emperor's life, Dawn would of course do so, without question.
Yeah, this
Returning
yellow
to the
did
Golden
not
Throne
stick
room
well.
in the Imperial Palace, Dawn and the frail body of the Emperor arrived just as Malkador was beginning to fail. His body had been consumed by the immeasurably powerful psychic storms that were now visibly lashing his body. As the tech priests hastily adapted the throne to be able to support the Emperor, Malkador was disconnected. Within minutes of this, though, his husk of a body would turn to dust, blowing across the stone floor. But not before he reached out with the very last of his life energy and transferred it to the Emperor, giving him that last injection of power needed to survive for the moments until he could be transferred to the Golden Throne. This last act of Malcador was another blessing from the Sigillite, as the Imperial attendants would come to the realization that they could do this many times over, and so began the almost endless task of locating and bringing Psykers to Holy Terror, to have the honor of being sacrificed and transferred their energy to the Emperor to keep his spirit alive, and also to keep the door of the raging Imperial webway shut. This last energy from Malcador would allow the Emperor to speak his final commands, to continue the fight to free humanity from the forces of chaos, as well as the ignorance that continued to assail it. At these final words he would be silent, his body now entombed within the mechanisms of the Golden Throne, his body shattered but his spirit remaining forever strong. He would command the Imperium through his psychic hints and emanations, interpreted and carried out by the High Lords of Terror. Far from a broken shell, the Emperor would continue to support the Imperium, protecting them by shielding the webway, keeping the beacon of light, the Astronomicon used by Imperial navigators, shining in the
Warhammer's
darkness, and some
hardcore
say
shit.
the Emperor still now battles the forces of chaos on their own plane of existence, keeping the worst and most insidious demons from entering the material world or infecting the minds of suggestible men. Humanity had survived the darkest time, but at what cost? Hundreds of worlds stood destroyed or still now infected by the insanity of chaos. Half the Imperial forces had turned traitor and now began to retreat into the dark depths of the galaxy or the Eye of Terror itself. Many previously prosperous worlds were now considered unsavable, and consequently Imperial fleets would arrive to perform exterminatus on these damned worlds, destroying all life on the planet, reducing it to an orbiting rock. The Imperium itself, despite the Emperor's best wishes, would struggle to maintain the sense of bright order once enjoyed during the Crusades. Now it would enter a different period, in many ways not too far removed from the 21st
I really hate the
century,
way the
where states
model
of
itself
repression and
turned out.
ignorance were often widespread and caused many of the problems they would face.
On detail, I'm just flat out not going to be able to
Operated
get.
on a new level of suppression of its citizens, and in many ways it's hard to really find fault with this rationale. Given the severe blow to their military power,
I'm going to have to do the
Primarchs needed to hold everything together amidst a crumbling empire.
I'm going to do
Still
the
angry and who were still present
black and the
galaxy
gunmetal.
imperial systems. Worse still was that the
Tomorrow,
Xenos forces, such as
your
the
boy
Orc,
is gonna
Eldar,
cook.
and later Tyranids would see
I had some fun learning
this
this lore.
and would descend to ravage imperial worlds.
I see why
Unable
people
to
really
be
like this
successfully
shit.
defended during this
I
time.
really do.
Despite all this, the Imperium of Man would stand strong, and whilst far from the perfect empire the Empire
Oh yeah,
had
this has
sought
got
to
a
create,
ways to
still
go. This has got another 30
humanity's best
minutes.
hope for survival.
But you know
Not
what?
cut
Your
off
boy's
from
gonna
isolating
call
as
it for
they had
now.
continued to strive,
I will be
and in
back
some
tomorrow.
respects would regain much of
Well,
their
30 as
strength
usual.
in the
I'm
coming
gonna finish off this
10,000 years.
Warhammer figurine and hopefully cook up something for Warframe. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good
Now at
night.
the end of the Horus Heresy, the Imperium of Man